Hello, hello, Thin Blue Lane RV Life. Welcome in. I think I'm running just a little bit behind here. I I was on another live stream, and I had the other earbuds in, so I was trying to talk on here, then realized, oh, no one's going to hear anything like that. Alrighty. Trying to get this volume right. I think that might be good. Hello, Trouble. City Girl, Country Heart. Hello, Terry. Brenda Baker in the house. Hi, lady. It's tough going between three lives. Yes, it is. I just came off of Country Road Cures live. Oh, excuse me. And I always have to cut it short, and I'm never really sure when they actually end their live stream because I have to jump on here. But yeah. Sporting Robertson's Belly Acres shirt tonight. I got it in pink at the meetup. Let me see if I could. There we go. Robertson's Belly Acres. Rusty and Rachel, they are a big hoot over there. Always will bring a smile to your face. Me too, and Gail is live now too. Gail goes live on Friday nights also? I'm designing a baby blanket. Oh, cool. My mom made our little a comforter. And what we did was, he was really tiny when she started making it. And so we took the little ink pads that are not toxic, and we put his little feet on it and pressed his feet down on one of the quilt things. And then she embroidered his name and such on it, and there was his little feet print. And I was concerned that the ink might not set right and might come out, so I traced it with a black Sharpie marker. Excuse me. And after all of these years, the ink did come out, so it's not got all the little details of his foot in there, but it still has the outline of his tiny little feet. I mean, they were like this. My friend's second granddaughter is due in a month. Oh, fun. Fun, fun, fun. Simple Southern Reflections. Welcome in. Hello, I just heard your shout out on My Alabama Farm Life. Oh, well. Welcome in. Welcome in. Crazy Ed's Homestead in the house. Hello, my friend. Hello, my fabulous friend. Two old people on a couch in the house. Y'all coming in? I've seen most of you over there on Country Road Cure. Can somebody tell me what time they actually end their stream? Because we always have to. Well, Mark's already in bed. It's just me. I always have to start mine, so I have to leave theirs early. So I never know when they actually close their stream down. Let's see. My Alabama Farm Life in the house. Hey, just in time at Simple Southern Reflections. Yes. Oh, yeah. It has been a week and a half here. I hope that your all's week has been better than mine. Oh, goodness. Um, oh yeah, Kathleen, um, what was it I was watching on yours the other day? I left you a comment, and now my mind went completely blank. It happens. Maybe an hour, not sure. Oh, maybe an hour from now? I thought, well, you see, I'm usually still out working until after dark. And so when I come in, I have to, you know, clean myself up some because I'm usually in the garden and I'm usually filthy dirty. And so by the time I actually get on the computer, then it's usually around 9:30. And so I thought maybe that they started at 9. And, most people, they do try to get off of live streams in an hour. So I thought maybe that they might end at 10, but never really sure because I have to jump off of there. Oh, but oh goodness, what a week! What a week, you all. Phew. I have clipped tomatoes up in the garden, and I grow like 200 tomatoes. So tomato plants. So that was a chore in itself. But I tell you what, this is the first year that I've used those little tomato clips, and oh, so much easier. Woo! Usually I just cut up like old t shirts and stuff, and then I just go by and I tie them on. And then when I get sick and tired of that, then I just go get a little spool of that little string, and then I just string so many at a time. But then I have a mess to clean up at at the end of the year or the beginning of the next year. Loved the 8:30 started. Oh, wow. Well, they run long. Oh, well, that's probably not Eastern Standard Time though, so maybe they don't maybe they don't run long. Brenda Baker loved the pool. Oh, thank you. So does our little. He has been in it every single day. And it's really helped us out too to get to work on projects and stuff, and he can be in there. And he's a pretty good swimmer. It's just that we don't let him in the big pool unless we're right there because the water is about to hear on him if he's standing um, flat-footed in the pool, and that's just a little too close. And he's an only child, so if there's no one else around, then he's the only one in the pool. So if we were up in the garden or something, it could be too late by the time we actually got to the pool and in the pool. So to save him, so yeah, we just wanted to get him something that he could just splash around in and have a good time in, cool down in while we were busy in the garden and such. And so it's working out great so far. Outdoor Adventures with Ron, welcome in. Hello, neighbor. Nice video of the cool pool today. Thank you. Thank you. By the time I finish evening chores, do dinner, and shower, it's 9. I haven't been getting in until after dark. The other night I didn't get in until around 10:30, and yeah, I jumped on Wide Family Farms live stream, and I was just a total hot mess. I sat down just to relax before getting in the shower, and then I seen that Courtney was live, and so I went ahead and jumped on there. And yeah, I didn't end up getting in the shower until a little after 3 a.m. But anyhow, those little clips on the tomato plants, they really helped out a lot. But we have been picking all kinds of rocks out of the gardens this year, and sheesh, it's just working me to death. And I think today I'm pretty much gave up on it. We'll wait until fall time when I take the weed barrier up and then try to get some more out of the garden then. See, we have stuff growing everywhere, and, we have one main garden, and then we have, a newer garden that we just started the year before last, and we've just been picking out rocks right where we were planting something, and so I got a big brilliant idea that, "Oh, we can do this. Let's get as many of these rocks out of this garden this year as we can." I think this land just grows rocks because I don't know where they all come from. Let's see. Uh, I don't blame you. I love this. I love this swimming pool idea. Oh, welcome in, Ashley's World. Thank you. It was a necessity. We needed a fix to our problem, and it's been working great. Um, I think that was yesterday that the video posted, but I was having problems trying to get it to edit, and so that pool was actually finished a few days ago, and so he's been in it every day since. But, sorry, y'all. You know my eye. This is the damaged eye from the car accident, and so I'm always having to rub it and stuff. It's like a nerve or something, and I can't help it. It's like I have something in it, but it's not. It's like a little tickle from the nerve or something or another. I don't really know how to explain it. It's just stick your finger at your eye and rub. It makes it feel a little better for a few seconds. Oh, so Gail is going live tonight. Country Road Cure was on. Who else was on tonight? Somebody was saying 3 live streams. Oh, goodness. Let's see. But yeah, it has been a week and a half. I'm going to try to get this link up here. Let me see if I can copy it. And stick it down here. What's really weird is that I can't pin it to the top on StreamYard. I have to go over to YouTube on the iPad to actually pin it. I don't know why they make you do the extra step, but it is what it is, and that's okay. Gail Southern Living. Yeah, Gail Southern Living and Country Road Cure, and was there someone else? Okay, right there is the link if anybody wants to come up and talk about your channel or anything interesting or not so interesting. I have nothing interesting to talk about today. And me. Oh, okay. We've just been working our butts off around here. Nothing really interesting about that. We took time out of the garden stuff to build the pool, and today I was working in the newest garden, putting the weed barrier cloth back down, and I was just, it felt like 1,002 degrees out, but it really wasn't. And so I was exhausted, but then I said, "Oh man, I've got to clean this pool out, the big pool." It needed vacuumed, and so in the pool I go. And so I was doing that until, I think it was about 9 o'clock. And well, actually, it was, I was telling Little that we had to get home because, get in the house because I had to get in the shower and stuff because I was all sticky and sweaty and yucky, feeling, you know, you know how it is when you're working in 1,002 degrees outside. And so we came in, and then I jumped in the shower real fast and threw myself together, and this is what you get. I'm always a hot mess. Always a hot mess. I think Ed went live earlier today, didn't you, Ed? Are you still in here? I think he was. It might have been yesterday. Can't remember now. It kind of all runs together. Humid today. Oh, yes. And do we have Miss Debbie in here, or do we have Mark in here? He was live earlier. I thought I seen him, but wasn't sure. Debbie. Ah. Yeah, I seen that Gilmore Girl shirt. Mark is asleep. So is my Mark. I saw that Gilmore Girl shirt, and I was like, oh yeah. We've watched those over and over. My mom and I both love the Gilmore Girls. And I actually just started to watch them again on Netflix. And I don't remember what happened, but I just clicked off of it and started watching the Vampire Diaries again. Because I hate channel surfing. I would rather watch a whole series that I've seen before rather than to channel surf and try to find something new. Free-handly maid in the house. Hello, Niecy. Welcome in. But me too. I have them on DVD and I watch them over and over. Yeah, we do that with. Have y'all ever seen the show Bones? We have the DVDs of that, and we'll watch it over and over. But we do that with several things, though, because, like I say, I cannot stand to channel surf. It drives me nuts. And now my Mark, he will channel surf for 2 hours to find something to watch for 5 minutes and then say, oh, I don't like this, and change the channel again. Not me. I love watching Friends, and my hubby has the entire series of Bones as well. Bones is fantastic. So is Friends, though. I like Friends too. I was I was on somebody's live stream. I can't remember who it was, and they were talking about going backpacking in Europe or something like that. And then I put in the comments, "What show was that where they were talking about a backpacking trip and this and that?" And then it hit me. It was Friends, where Rachel was telling that to Ross. And, yeah. Yeah. Oh, we got Terry in the basement. Y'all, the link is up at the top if you want to come up. You're more than welcome to.
Hello.
Hello, sweetheart. How are you?
Good. Tired, but good. I spent 8 hours straight answering calls today.
Oh.
Tomorrow is a 10 or 11-hour day.
Mm.
But it's gonna be worth it. But it wears me out. Hey, that goes with the colors I'm working with today.
Oh, there you go.
I got a new toy to play with. It's a knitting machine. And I'm trying some different things with it. And because the brand it is getting stuck on some of the stuff. So I gotta finagle with it and get used to it.
I've never heard of a knitting machine before.
Yeah. This is the round thing.
Oh.
I can do panels on it, and I can do the tubes like this.
Wow.
But the baby blanket I'm working on is my friend's second granddaughter. Found out they were having a girl in February, and because he's been so busy with his job, he didn't think he said he'd been thinking about what he can get the grandbaby, and then it hit him up last minute. Oh, I could have a blanket made because when I found out that the first granddaughter was born, I made a blanket, and I did. It was between a 5 by 7 throw and a twin size blanket, and I did that in a week and a half.
Wow.
Yeah, but
That's really fast.
at the at the time, because I had just lost my husband,
Mm,
my sleep at night was horrible. So I'd be up all night working on the blanket, and in like a 24-hour period, here and there, or crocheting it off and on. I added it all up, and it was like a 24-hour period, and I had it done.
wow.
Like 24 to 30 hours, and it was done. Hi,
Oh,
two little people on the couch. I love that name.
I know it's the
I love
greatest
that
name ever.
name.
I think everybody does. So you hear people say it all the time. That is such
I
a
think
cool name.
every
That's the
name.
greatest name ever.
Mhm.
Outdoor Adventures with Ron. No, I just checked and there's still no email from you coming through. Um, when you're typing it in, are you doing North and South Homestead at yahoo.com and not putting the little the dashes in between, you know, on each side of the N because there's no dashes on it. It's just North and South at yahoo.com. North and South Homestead at yahoo.com.
So how's your week been besides busy and dealing with pool?
That's all it's been. I've had I am having such a hard time with editors. And
I
on
do
the
my editing
iPad,
on the phone now.
well, I don't record a lot on my phone. Um, because it says, you filled your memory up, and then I have all kinds of issues trying to unfill it. And so I use my digital camera, and then I upload it. Well, I was uploading it to my iPad, but then my iPad stopped letting me upload to YouTube. It
Oh
just will
wow.
not do it. It just where you click the little thing to upload and then the box comes up and says pick your file. It'll let me do that. It'll let me pick the file, but as soon as I pick the file, then it flips over to YouTube Studio and it will never upload that video.
Oh wow.
Urban Girl Gardening,
Hey
Kiki
Kiki,
Soto
how
in the
you
house.
doing?
Hey there, Kiki. So I had to stop uploading it to that. So then I started uploading it to the new laptop here. And um, on the iPad, I used InShot and I used iMovie on it um, to edit on. And I really loved InShot. It was very easy to use
That's what
and worked pretty good and stuff.
that's
So,
using my
well,
phone.
that works on the phone and it works on the iPad, but it does not work on a laptop.
Get
So,
Filmora.
well, here's the thing. I did. I paid $100 for the two different things, and I can't even get the page to load on the computer
Oh
here
wow.
because it says something about this computer is in S mode, whatever S mode
Sleep.
means.
It might be sleep mode.
It's something to protect from like ransomware and malware and all this other stuff. And so when I try to download different things like that, it won't let me. Oh, right there we go, Ron. It just came through at 10:23. Thank you. I'll get that out to you, hon. Um,
Email Daryl at Two Family Homestead. and tell them what's going on with your laptop and how I'll help you.
Well, I don't know I don't know what the S mode is, where I even find it to turn it off or anything like that.
What kind of
But it
laptop do you
came
have?
with, it's a Hewitt Packard. Um, it's brand new, but I even try to go to Filmora and it won't even take me to the website.
Oh
It's the
wow,
craziest thing. And I'm like, I just paid $100 for this editor that everybody says is pretty good. So,
it's
um,
awesome. I
and I can't do anything with it. Well, then the computer here comes with an editor. And so, um, I did one video and I edited it by that. And it took me a while to figure out how to cut the video, to trim the videos, and I never could
Mhm.
figure out how to splice them. I mean, it said splice on there, but it did not work very well at all, and it takes forever because if you want to cut one little piece out of it, that's it. I mean, like, you can have like a 10-minute video and you can have a part where you screwed up what you were saying and you want to take that part out
Mhm.
and say that's at the 2-minute mark into the video. You have to set that, the first part, to cut it right there, and then you have to take the other end all the way to that spot, and as soon as you do that, all the rest of the stuff is gone. So you have to bring that file back down from the top and then start from that point and go again, and I'm
Is that
telling you,
film
it
art?
takes forever. No, it's one that is built into Windows here. It's a Windows editor,
Huh.
and it's just a pain in the hind end. And it took me forever to put all those clips of that swimming pool together because I had to use the same editor to get it done. And oh my goodness, I am not kidding. It took hours upon hours upon hours to do that one little video that's 6 minutes and something. So all you that hasn't watched that video, please watch it from the beginning to the end and know that it took me many, many hours to put that 6-minute video out for you. I
I
use
used to.
Shotcut, I think. It's free. Now I was looking at Shotcut, and I think that's one that I tried to download, and something with a H, like uh, hit film or hit something or another. And then it, my laptop said the same thing. It wouldn't let me download it because it said that I'm in the S mode thing, and that if I take it off of that, then I'll never be able to put it back on. And yeah,
There's not.
I just
There's.
don't know what to do about it.
I googled it. It says, "What is S mode on an HP laptop?" Windows 10 in S mode is a specific configuration of Windows 10 Pro designed for added security and performance. Windows 10 in S mode uses Microsoft Edge as its browser and uses apps from the Windows Store only to enhance performance and security. Certain default settings, features, and apps cannot be changed. That
Yeah.
sucks.
Yes, it does. Thank you, Debbie. I appreciate it.
It's
But it
like
was a great video. Thank you, Kathleen.
I'll have to watch that later on. It's like mine is an Acer. My husband bought it for me back in 2017. I keep running out of space on here because I have so much stuff on it.
Mhm.
And a few months ago, um, right before I started classes, when Darren he had done that oh, it's like 10 questions. It's like a prepping video he did, and then I did also did the 40 questions about me or something like that. Well, I did it. I edited both of them. I loaded them, and I went to YouTube, and they were both gone.
Ah,
I lost everything.
mm,
And I was like, I'll just do it another time because I was getting ready to start classes for my job, and I went from always being busy studying and doing classes to always being busy working, and now I'm up to almost 65 hours a week now.
mhm.
But the incentives on the weekends are so sweet. I love them. Hey, when they're offering $18 an hour and you work from midnight, any hour between midnight and 11:30 p.m., and then one of those days for 5 hours they're offering another $50. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. So
Yeah.
I will have like 30 hours in a weekend, easy,
Mm.
between Saturday, Sunday, and Mondays.
Well, when you're trying to get ahead, you do what you gotta do, for
And
sure.
being a single mom and trying
Hmm.
to save money and get ahead to get a bigger place and more land is not exactly that easy.
No,
Having
it's not.
problems with your shirt.
Well, it's how everything is backwards. It looked like it was
Mhm.
way off to one
Yep.
side, so I tried to straighten it, and then I ended up straightening it the wrong way, like and making
But
it go the
yeah,
other way.
it's been it's been hard the last 4 years, but we're getting ahead finally. I've got two business names that I do under my job, because in order for me to be able to work for myself, I have to be my own independent business and not be under someone else, and that's how I'm able to do that. And then my City Girl Country Heart, and within next couple weeks, that's going to be getting registered here in the state. I already have my EIN number, and then I can open my business account at the bank for that one. And then next year, come tax time, file them.
Mhm.
It's a lot of mess, and I've got an accountant that's willing. So I told her for my business accounts I want to have QuickBooks. And she goes, when you get it, let me know and I'll look at it. She says she already won't charge me for looking at stuff to make sure everything's set up right, and so I don't get screwed over when it comes tax time.
Right. Exactly. Rondero Adventures in the house. Hello.
Hello,
Angie, hey,
Rondero.
Family Adventures. Hello.
I've seen her channel somewhere and I can't remember where it's at, where I saw her channel.
Angie is wonderful. She is hilarious also.
Does she go? Angie, do you go into Two Family Homestead live streams? I
Angie is
know I've
all over
seen
the
that name
place.
somewhere.
She's like us.
You
She
could.
goes all over the place on YouTube.
There are channels I see come to the live streams I do once in a while that I haven't seen in a few years, and I'll remember them from when I first started doing live streams.
Ron kept emailing Kim and putting and in her email instead of in north and south, not north and south. LOL. I kept wondering what was going on because I kept checking my email every day looking
Don't feel
for
bad, Ron.
your
Always
email.
done that. I've done it too, and that's why emails haven't gone to Kim.
Laughing sounds like something I would do. Just are you following me? But yeah, I was looking every day. I'm like, well, I still don't have Irving with G's um, an email from him yet, and his shirt size. I think his address is posted on his about page, but I still need to know what shirt size. Next time we do giveaways, I'm gonna do the rule. You have to be present in the chat. And you have to get a hold of me within 3 days. Otherwise, you're forfeiting it, and we're going to ship it to somebody else because, um, it. I haven't done any giveaways since then. But if I had been doing more giveaways since then it would have all gotten all jumbled up, on who got theirs, who didn't, who do I still need to send it out to.
What you need to
And so,
do is a quick video saying whoever's won anything from this giveaway if you haven't gotten it, you need to comment below or email me at this email address and make a short and sweet video and
Mhm.
put it up. This way you can get that done over the way. It's like I've got a couple unboxing videos. I ordered a couple something from a friend of mine that's handmade, and the things are absolutely beautiful. And um, he's like, I love supporting small businesses and family businesses, like those
Mhm.
small mom and pop stores and stuff like that. And if I can share the love for another homesteader that's starting their own business, you better believe I will.
Mhm. Heritage Heart Homestead in the house. Rules rule.
Hi,
Yes,
Heritage
they
Heart.
do, friend. Welcome in. Did you miss me last week? I didn't go live. Were you jonesing for live streams late at night, friend?
I missed Courtney's the other night. Darren said that I woke up later on, and it was after all the trolls popped into Courtney's. Darren goes, Courtney was getting smacked by trolls again.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, but Viper was saying he wasn't kicking the trolls out right away because the trolls were there saying bad stuff and, this and that, but then they were super chatting her like crazy too.
Oh
So
yeah, that was
he says
a little while back.
if they're gonna give her money, then we're just gonna hold off on.
Exactly. They can give me. They can call me fat, ugly, whatever they want. They can say I'm a monkey. I don't care. But if they're gonna super chat me money and it's gonna give me like $300, sure, they can do that.
Right. Viper was like,
Oh
I was gonna
yeah.
keep going till she hit $2,000. I've missed you for 2 weeks. Yes, you have.
I've been wanting to do a live lately, and I just been too tired for it. I think the last live I did was when I tried the Vegemite.
I cannot hear that word without thinking of I Love Lucy. Vitavigamin.
Yeah, I
It
know.
just I just can't do it. It just always
I
goes through
know.
my head.
One of my really good friends from Australia, her and I have been friends, God, for about 5 or 6 years now. We met in a soap making group when it was like really early on. I was gotten pretty big, and as a newbie soap maker, she was making these beautiful cakes out of soap and this and that. And she told me, she was, if you ever get sick and you like something that's got beef flavor, get some hot water, put a little bit of Vegemite in there,
Hmm.
mix it up, and there's your broth. And she told me all these little different things I can do. So I'm gonna try different things, and all them Australian friends I've been making to give me new ideas for foods to try. Because one of my things this year is trying new foods I haven't tried before. My son had me try a recipe for, what was it, Mexican street taco? Yeah, and it was so good. But he wants me to try another one. And then Darren and Bomber Steve got me trying pickled beet slices on a cheeseburger. Oh my god, is that good? And then
Oh, I can't do beets. They taste like dirt to me.
I love
I
them.
can't do them.
They're actually really good for your insides
They'll
because
actually help bring your blood pressure down too. If your blood pressure is high and if you're on medication and it's just not bringing it down enough, open up a can of beets and
mm-hmm.
eat as many of them as you can, and it'll help bring it down.
I do
Uh,
that with my potassium, and I gotta make some more of ham and bean soup, white bean soup,
hmm.
and the white beans will bring your potassium up real good.
Ah. Fran says, then last week I thought Thursday was Friday and couldn't figure out why you weren't there on the live stream. She thought Thursday was Friday. I'm going to try to do a live one day, lol. uh, uh, I seen you was on earlier today, Ed.
He's on every day,
Every day.
every day. One of the first
Peel
notifications
the
I
skin off.
see
It
is
would be
like
better.
Ed's live. Okay, he's live again. I know he's so worried about getting that monetization, but for me, I don't even worry about it. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I'm not gonna rush it. I tried that before, and it bit me in the butt. And that's why I tell people, don't worry about getting monetized. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. You're gonna get your watch hours because the way YouTube does their watch hours,
Mhm.
it's like if you don't have watch hour, if you do a whole bunch of lives or you do a whole bunch of stuff, you get your watch hours now. In a year, if you don't have that watch hour still there, they'll drop you from that monetization.
Yeah, you have to keep it up.
Yeah.
Let's
And
see.
because I had taken a break from YouTube for about a month, I mean, I had quite a few hours. And then all of a sudden, a year later, it was like 1,000 hours disappeared.
Mhm. Yeah.
And it's like, okay, I'm just not even gonna worry about hours. And for a while there, a couple years ago, I was going live every night, and I was live 2, 3, 4 hours because I just couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
And in the end, a year later, it bit me in the butt. So I don't even worry about it now.
Yeah. Well, you've got like, you know, a year to date,
Yeah,
and then you start losing all of those, and
yeah,
that's a lot of the push
yeah,
on people who are trying to get monetized and stuff is that, they've put this time in and they're trying
yeah.
to get that last bit to get
Mhm.
monetized before they start losing
Yeah.
hours
But
that
the
they've
thing
worked
is,
hard for.
you gotta keep that consistency up.
Mhm. Well, as you grow, then,
Yeah.
as long as you're posting regularly and stuff,
Mhm.
then you're gonna keep it up.
But
But
I've
it's
had
when
it
you're
happen to
trying,
me.
you're
I've had
really
it happen.
hustling.
I've had it happen to me where I'm hustling to get watch hours and this and that, and a year later, because I took that little month break because of personal issues and being threatened for my life and this and that at the time, um, I lost that, and I just don't want to see. And this is for any YouTube channel, any creator. Yeah, if you want that watch hours, just be patient. It'll happen. And if I've seen people do lives constantly, and they stop doing them when they get monetized, or they stop being they they won't do a video, but like one or two in a 2 month period because they're nothing but lives, and it a year later it bites them. And I've
Yeah.
seen that happen to many of my friends, and I just don't like seeing that happen to people.
Yeah. Well, I actually really like to do live streams. I'd actually rather come on and hang out with everybody and just talk about wherever the conversation goes
Yep, I'm
rather
like
than
that.
to, do videos and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not
But,
video.
I don't know. I really do enjoy doing the live streams, and I wish that I had more time. But I like to get on other people's live streams also and
Mhm.
help support them and chit chat and go on. So, but I think they're fun. Um, and instead of just sitting here watching something on Netflix that you've already seen 100 times,
Oh
it's a lot
yeah,
more fun to
because
get on live streams with people.
because depending on the live stream, you can go from one subject to a totally
You never know what you're
adult
going to walk
subject,
into.
and you're trying to keep it not as adult as possible
Mhm.
because certain people come into the streams. Yeah, it's it's not easy, but it's fun. In Heritage Heart, you will grow. You just gotta be patient. Don't rush it. Enjoy doing the videos. It's like I enjoy doing videos. My daughter recently has started wanting to get into gardening with me, and that was like a total first for her. And every time we go to do out in the garden, she's either going to bed sleeping, or I'm having a long work day, or I have a doctor's appointment. It's always something.
Yeah. Well, Fran is up to 465. And
That's
Fran, that's
good.
really not bad. I mean,
No,
I know you want it to grow quicker. All of us do. But that's really not bad. And it
Heritage.
will happen. It will happen.
How long have you been on YouTube, Heritage Heart? See, I can't remember names, first names of people.
Fran.
I could go to 50 million live streams all the time, but get me to try and remember their first names all the time? No. I follow too many people, but I will
Angie
remember her.
Angie says, so growing subs is more important because more subs equals more to watch for watch hours. It depends. Some channels, Angie, are just totally upside down. Like, well, Bar Run Forge. He has tons of hours, watch time hours, but it's subscribers that he's lacking, to try to get to being monetized. But his videos are pretty long where he's in there foraging things and stuff, and it's amazing. So when you start watching it, you watch the whole thing, so that you could see what they're making and how it turns out and stuff. And so he's got tons of watch time hours. So does Fordman, aka Kenneth Oaks. They play games and do live streams and stuff all the time, and he has tons of watch time hours. He's not lacking in that part, but again, it's the subscribers that he's needing. So some channels they're just upside down on that. So
I know someone that has. Oh my gosh, how many? She's got. Oh my gosh. I think under 600 subscribers, but she's got like 3 times the Let me find her channel.
See, Angie found that she loves doing lives and doing interviews. She's interviewing someone from Ireland on Sunday.
She has.
All right, awesome, Angie.
My friend, I'm not going to say who it is. She has 652 subscribers, but she's got over 1,500 videos. And because she's been told if you slow down on the videos and be more consistent, just pick a few here and there and do that for a little while and add things in. It's like I'm going to be adding my crocheting in, my soap making, candle making, cooking throughout the year. I'm doing different things on my channel just to make it different.
Right.
And yeah, I'll go live once in a while. But having that consistency of videos, even if it's like every 2-3 days, sometimes I'll miss some stuff because of work and it's like 4 or 5 days. But having that consistency, I've worked on changing my thumbnails. If you really want videos to pop, tag them. Work on tags. Get TubeBuddy for your channel and look up different things for other channels and see if you're in TubeBuddy on your channel, or like in order for me to go into TubeBuddy and see tags on other channels, I have to be in Google Chrome. And then I can see the tags. You can do it's what $9 a month for the basic for TubeBuddy, and you can search for it's what keyword phrases or something like that in TubeBuddy, and you'll be able to see these tags and the number. If it's a lower number, it's a better tag for that your topic. But if you go into TubeBuddy, the higher the number, the better of a search it is.
Right.
Like my cancer bystander video, I went looking in TubeBuddy and I was just typing in phrases, things that were popping in my head when I was dealing with my husband's cancer, and it was giving me 100 on like 6 of them. So I took some tags out and I put them in there. And the more I learn different things, different phrases to look up, even if you type in a phrase and you misspell half the words, you'd be surprised how those misspelled words will how high of a number of a search you'll get.
Right.
And
Kathleen says, LOL, I'm beginning to agree. I am planning a Sunday Nature live stream because I'm not a big talker. uh, you would be amazed how many people
Nature's too
watch those.
good.
Um, I have watched giraffes
Yep.
in a barn
Yep. I
sleeping.
love I love nature videos. It's like when Mark from Arkansas Woodcutter, he went around his little property and he was working different areas and he would just put his camera in front of something so whatever noises were going on around in that spot, that's what you were getting.
Mhm.
And it's like, um, some people think like the foraging videos.
Mhm.
Yeah, they're actually really cool to watch. And Darren from Down Under Farm and Forage, he forages, and
Mhm.
he did a live stream last week or 2 weeks ago, and yeah, it was his first time doing a live stream while he made something,
Mhm.
but he really enjoyed doing it too because it's
Yeah.
actually really cool seeing it being done live as they're doing it.
Right. There, Kenny, Fordman, aka Kenneth Oaks, in the house, and Ron saying, "There's the man who hates live streams." Kenny goes live all the time. He's kidding with him. Angie says, "Who forages? I would like that. Bar Run Forge, Fran, lovely Fran. Put the link in there. Thanks for dropping the link." She says,
And this
"Um,
channel also
yeah, y'all, if Fran, are you?
makes
Oh
some
no,
gorgeous
Kenny's in here."
knives too.
Welcome in, Dale.
Hi, Dale.
He says, "Hello, I just stumbled upon this channel. I have no idea what it's about, but Kim, I just love your accent, so I'm watching it." Well, welcome in. Our channel is about homesteading, and we do a lot of do-it-yourself stuff and repairs and gardening and all the farm animals and all that kind of stuff. But when our live streams are on, you just absolutely never know where the conversation is going to go.
Mm-mm. It can go from 0 to 60 in a second.
Yes. And it can
Depends on.
change topics a
Oh
million
yeah.
times in
Oh
one
yeah.
live stream. That's what I love about live streams though, is how you never know what you're going to end up
Mhm.
talking about.
It's like with Sherry being down because she's slowly recovering from her surgery. Um, I enjoy going up on Two Families
Mhm.
channel. I love going on channels. I do. I love it.
I'm in Southern California, so not much homesteading here. No, but that doesn't mean that you won't enjoy it though. We have a lot of people that watch our channel that don't
Mhm.
garden at all and don't have animals or anything, but they like to see it, and
If you
so
have a
they
small
they
yard,
come by and watch
grow
and
it.
leave comments and such.
Yep. If you have a
Mhm.
small yard, you can grow in containers.
Mhm.
My potato video I put out yesterday. They're all in containers sitting on a pallet.
Mhm.
And I have what? One of the containers is a feed bag for my chicken feed. One bag is one of those fabric bags from Family Dollar. Um, the other one is a 25-gallon grow bag that I got from my friend TJ. Um, an 18-quart bin from Family Dollar, and the other two things are two halves of a 55-gallon food grade barrel.
Mhm.
And that's what I'm doing all my potatoes in. I've never grown potatoes. I've never grown blueberry bushes. I've got 5 of them growing. I've never grown grapes. I got 2 grape plants. One is doing wonderful because it gets more light than the other. I've I've grown up gardening, growing tomatoes, peppers, and cucumbers.
Mhm.
I'm growing stuff that I've never grown before. In the last 3 years, yeah. Last year I do pretty good. This year, because of work and everything and health, my garden is so not full like it should be. But because I have such a long growing season here and I can't grow all year, this week at the end of the week, I'll be out pulling all my weeds and planting seeds because in the spring the birds were having a field day with the seeds. They'd come up, I get all this little green, all the seedlings popping up, and boom, they'd be gone. The birds were
Hmm.
loving it.
Yeah. Angie says, I watched Forging Fire every chance I get in TV. So
I
that's
love
right
that
up
show.
my alley.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Down Under Farm and Forge and Bar Run Forge, Ivy's Homestead and Forge. There's quite a few forgers
Who
on
else?
YouTube, and they all do all kinds of different things. You know, they all have their specialties that they forge. It's pretty awesome. It
Here's
really
another.
is.
Here's another channel that forges called Red Beard Ops. They do some really beautiful stuff. What's
I
that
just
other one?
turned you blue, Terry.
Oh, thank you.
I didn't notice that you weren't already blue. I'm blue. Redbeard
What is
Ops.
that?
No, I've never heard of them. I've seen someone else
Oh,
using the fabric
that one.
bags before. Wondered how good it works.
They work really well. My friend TJ, he's out in California. He's out in the desert. All his stuff was grown in grow bags, and he did awesome.
Cool. Yeah, we've
Oops.
used all kinds of different things to grow things in, but I really, as far as pulling weeds and not having to
Mm-hmm.
bend over and not having to till, then I love the raised bed things. But
Yeah.
when you build them with wood, you are replacing it every few years because
Yeah.
it just rots out. And then if you use some kind of plastic, then you have the issue of it could be leaching something, and plastic getting hot in the sun and all that stuff. And then if you use cinder blocks, then you've got the different things, unless you get a certain cinder block that doesn't have that one thing in it. I can't remember the
I
name
don't
of it,
know.
but
Scott
the rest
Head.
of them will leach something or another out. And I mean,
Scott
so
Head.
mhm,
Sorry, Scott Head out in Texas. He's not far from the Texas coast, from the Gulf. His whole back garden, he containers and his red beds are cinder blocks,
mhm,
and he does awesome. I'm so jealous of his yard.
mhm. Yeah, we have one cinder block raised bed that we do we did sweet potatoes in last year. And for the life of me, I don't know why people keep watching that video, but it's always one of the number one videos every month in my analytics. And I don't know why, because I was using my phone. It was um, and I could not edit it, so it was just all a forever, to me, bored the snot right out of me kind of video.
Yeah,
And people keep watching it, and I'm like, I don't know why. That's a horrible video.
Darren's
But
got
there
a.
was some big sweet potatoes that came out of that. But
You
it's
be
in cinder block bed. Mhm.
you'd be surprised how many videos when it comes to sweet potatoes that do really well.
Mhm.
Darren has this video. It's a
Hey,
garden video,
Courtney.
and it's talking about sweet potato harvest, and this done really well.
Courtney, you can come up if you want. The link's pinned to the
Hi,
top.
Courtney.
My uncle uses the blue barrels cut in half and lines in with weed fabric, and has made stands so they are. Oh, good counter height. Yeah. Well, we use those barrels for all kinds of different things, but yeah, you can make a raised bed out of just about anything
Mhm.
that you want. Um, But the thing is if you use wood, you will be replacing them in a few years.
Oh yeah, and it's like my barrels. I've got, let's see, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 that have stuff in it, and I've got a few more halves that have to get dirt put in them because my blueberries are in barrels, my grapes are in barrels. I have two different types of squash in barrels, potatoes in barrels, and I'm about to put my hibiscus plants in them so I can get my hibiscus for my hibiscus tea.
Mm,
And then what else? The raised bed on the side. I had to order more dirt so I could fill that up so I can plant corn
mm.
because I want some corn this year.
Well, we are just starting to plant our corn and green beans because we're working on a newer garden, the one our hilltop garden. It's only been gardened in for 2 seasons, and the first season, half of it didn't have anything planted in it at all. So, um, we're digging out a gazillion rocks.
You?
Oh, let me see if I can
Where again are you?
find this. But Kentucky. And
Oh
so
yeah.
still trying to work on that, and then we were late this season because our weather, we just kept having cold fronts coming in, and so we're behind on it and everything, but we still
Yeah.
have enough season to grow sweet corn and green
Oh
beans
yeah.
and stuff with. So we've been working on all of that.
What ground zone are
uh,
you? Because I'm 8A.
6B.
Oh wow. I didn't think you were
Yeah.
that far up.
Yeah.
It's
Okay,
like
I
us.
don't
This
know.
spring we had just so much. For like a month, we had no rain, and stuff I was planting wasn't coming up. I planted. My neighbor planted corn 3 times. He had to
Mm,
replant some more stuff in his garden because if it wasn't dying, it just wasn't coming up. So
mm,
I wasn't the only one, and I've talked to some other people around here that have gardens, and I wasn't the only one having issues with birds and stuff not coming up this year. I mean, the seeds are good because I planted them last year.
mm. Hold on a second. Okay, let me see if I can share this screen. Whoops, made it too big. And show you what I have been dealing with in this crazy garden. Oops. Okay, let me see if I can share the screen now.
It's like I miss having my cucumbers growing. And my peppers last year, as hot as it was last year, it wasn't so hot that the pepper plants couldn't grow. As
Mm-hmm.
soon as the weather started cooling down, like the second half of August, my banana pepper plants went crazy. They
Mm,
were loaded every couple days. I was picking banana peppers and I cook them up and put them in dishes. I chop them up in the blender and put them in meatloaf. I was doing all kinds of stuff and eating them fresh.
mm, I don't know why it's not gonna let me share the screen.
And like next year, I don't know if me and the kids are gonna be in this house next year or not. Don't plan on it, but I don't know how far into next year it will be. So a lot of my stuff next year for my garden will probably be in containers. And I'll have some stuff in the ground, but depending on what it is, depends on like the tomatoes I want to do next year are gonna be more determinate, so I can grow them in a certain amount of time. And either can them, pickle and can them, dehydrate
Mm-hmm.
them.
Keep talking. I'm listening. I'm just trying to get this page to come up so that I could share it.
But yeah, hopefully next year it'll be somewhere bigger so I can do more. I mean, I have two
Mm,
chicks this year that hatched from the second batch of eggs I did. They'll be going out in like 3, 4 weeks, depending on the weather. next month I've got to build something for them to go in because they're just too young to go in with the big birds. And when the closer it gets to winter, when they're full grown, I'll put them in with the big birds. I just gotta find out what this. I was told one of the chicks is an Americana because it came from a blue egg. The other one came from a white egg, and I have no idea what kind of chicken it is. It's beautiful. And my daughter finally named the the brown and black chick that hatched first on her birthday. And she goes, "This is that a weird name?" I was like, "Honey, I have a friend. Their daughter named one of their chickens Goat. So naming a chicken Turkey is not a weird name." Coghill Farm, their daughter Mary Carl, she is super super smart when it comes to chickens. They have a naked neck chicken, and she named it Goat. And it's one of the friendliest chickens she's got. I just don't know if I could have a naked neck. They're cute, but nah, not for me.
I don't know.
I mean, there's some chicken breeds out there I would love to have. I mean, I would love to have some Polishes because they got the poofy feathers on top. And but right now, just the space I have, I just can't do it. I'm limited on. Yeah, I have 3 hens and a rooster. My top laying hen is also my smallest hen, but the most loved. And her, my one of my other hens, and my rooster are all the same age. I've had them. This year's the 3rd year, so I know they're gonna start slowing down soon. So that's why I'm trying to get more chicks. So by fall and winter, I can start getting more eggs. But now I've got to build something for my chicken coop that will, once they lay the eggs, the chickens won't eat them.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, I've got egg beaters now.
we have several several different breeds, but we're getting down to just the Jubilee Orpingtons. They're actually my favorite, and they're nice and friendly and stuff like that. I have this. It's not letting me share the file. It's a short video clip because it says it has to be in MP4, and it's not, and I don't know how to make it into MP4.
I just downloaded it. I would download it into MP4 from YouTube and put it in Filmora, but when I couldn't do that anymore, well, there went that. I now do my editing on my phone with InShot. So, and my phone only holds so much storage. So, today I went through and got rid of a lot of pictures, a lot of videos. At one time, I had over 1,000 pictures I deleted. Yeah. I freed up some space on my phone. But it won't last. I can guarantee that it won't last.
Whoops. Well, I can see if I can. Oh, the best life. Hello.
How you doing, life?
My screen wasn't on that, so I couldn't actually see you come in. All right, let's see if I can share this again. Okay. Let's see. Oh, maybe a video file. Maybe. Oh, maybe it will. Let's see. Oh, there it goes.
Okay,
See that?
Oh my God.
That is our wagon that goes on the back of our riding lawnmower. And these are rocks that we pulled out of that newer garden. And this is just one load. We couldn't fill it any higher because, there is a weight limit on this. Yeah. I didn't want to break the trailer down. But we took 2 loads of this and dumped them in our driveway where the rain had, washed some of the gravel away. and took bucket loads out and put them in a flower bed area. And in our garden, we have a bunch of them just lined up on the sides and in a big pile that still needs picked up and stuff. I mean, rocks galore. And
Yeah, see,
that is just one. And now there's a lot of bigger ones too. Now none of the really big rocks are in this because my mom has this thing for rocks. She loves them. She loves putting them in flower beds and all around. And so she usually gets the big rocks that we pull out of there. But yeah, this is what we've been doing. I've done a little screen of just, oh, it was
yeah.
some wire that we had for the rabbit cages. And I took it up there and was shoveling out, putting it on the screen, shaking it, and dumping the rocks. And
Yeah.
that, we've ended up with two of those. And I mean, if you go out there and dig, you're still going to run into more rocks, more and more rocks. It will take us forever to clear that garden of rocks.
You'll get it. You'll get it. It's like here is clay on the side. It's nothing but clay.
Mhm.
And the woman that owned this house and property years ago, I don't know what came into her head, but I wish I could hit her with every rock that she had dumped on this property. They're almost like river rocks, but they're those white ones that are like this big.
Mm.
She had plastic put down on the whole front yard and part of the side, and had a couple dump trucks of those white rocks brought in.
Mhm.
I am finding them things in places I don't want to find them. I can dig in my garden and dig up 4 or 5 rocks. I can dig up chunks of glass. And a couple years ago, my landlord goes, he goes, "You need to stop breaking glass." I said, "I'm not breaking glass out there. Go out there after a rainstorm and watch and look around. You'll see glass sticking up out of the ground."
Mm.
I said, "That's not for me. That's
Yeah.
from people before, and when no one was living here, squatters and people just throwing glass in the yard and everything. I could go
Mhm.
out every day and pick up trash off the side of my yard next to the road. And it's people going out, throwing stuff out the windows, throwing stuff when they're going by. It's
Mm.
ridiculous."
Yeah. Well, I say it would be interesting to find out what was actually in our garden areas. Now our main garden we've been gardening in for a while, and you know, we dig it and we've tilled it and everything else a gazillion times. And I was out there um, digging in the pepper roll, and I came upon this big old rock. And it was way down deep, you know, so I was pulling it out of there and everything. And then right beside of that, um, I pulled out Barbie doll legs.
I've done that.
How in the world do Barbie doll legs?
I've pulled out Legos. I've pulled out wooden tops, glass bottles. Um, there's like Lincoln Log toys.
Mhm.
Um, I've pulled out pieces of cinder block, pieces of brick.
Mhm.
I pulled a couple years ago. I pulled out a vase from my garden, and it was long. It's like, what the heck?
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Yeah. We pull out big old um rusted up nails and
Oh,
oh,
I get them
you just
too.
name it. Shot, you know, shells,
Mhm. It's
spent
like,
shells, and Barbie doll legs was,
mhm.
I think, the weirdest thing that we pulled out of there. But bottles and glass, there's a lot of glass pieces. You have to be careful when you're digging in there, because you're going to run into it. And it's like, excuse me, it's like, what in the world was here?
Yeah, you wonder.
And I'm pretty much pulling out the same similar stuff in the new garden, which is up a hill from it. It's like, I don't get it. Where did all this stuff come from?
Mhm. It's like My neighbor across the street, she'll be 91 this summer. I think it's this month or next month. She has lived in that house since 1946 when her and her husband, she was 16 when they got married. And she was still living at home. He was still living with his parents. And one night, she told me one night he asked her if he could stay the night. And she asked her mom, she was, no, you got to be married. And she's like, we are married. Well, she was homeless that night. So
Mm,
her and him moved in with her sister and they bought this property across the street. He hand dug the well, he hand built their house, and she said when they moved over there, everything around here, these few blocks, was nothing but wheat fields. There were no trees, and at the end of the street there was a cotton gin,
hey, Darren.
and she has lived in that house since 1946. She has
Mm,
been through wars, she's been through other things. Like during the war here in down in the south, she told me that they had to have blackout things for their windows. So
mhm,
come nighttime, you didn't see nothing. Some of
mhm,
the she told me which trees were planted in 1946. There's a huge oak tree on the next property over. It was planted in 1946. It was 4 feet tall when it was planted. This thing is massive now. It's
mhm.
huge, and you wouldn't think it was that young. You would think it was a few hundred years. Hey, Darren.
Down under Farm and Forge.
No, that's trouble.
Yeah, it's amazing. But Mark will take the metal detector out, and he never finds anything good. I'm like, what were the people that lived here? They just threw junk out and stuff, and never had anything cool other than Barbie doll legs.
You'd be surprised what you can find with a metal detector. I've seen people find stuff from the war, find money that was worth thousands of dollars, and it's like, okay, let me try that. Nothing. Didn't find a thing.
Mhm. Yeah, we never find anything like that. But, I don't expect to. We have like the worst luck ever. So
Yeah,
we have no good luck.
I wouldn't want to be those people like over in the UK that find bombs that have not exploded.
Oh, yeah, sure
It's
no.
like,
Mm.
nah, no, thank you.
No, that would not be good. Not be good
No.
at all. Y'all, if you want to come up, the link is posted at the top. Just make sure you have your camera on so we don't end up with any flashers. Oh, goodness. But yeah, it's really something else. The things that you find and you wonder, where in the world did they come from? What were the people thinking?
Mm-hmm.
What did they have there before? You know, uh,
Oh, I wondered that around here because the way people their properties are around here. It's like there's a property. My neighbor's son owns a property, and it goes down into levels.
sorry. Yes, metal detectors would go
I bet it
stupid at your
would.
house.
I bet it would go stupid there. But it's like that. The way that that property is. My neighbor told me in the woods behind there used to be a horse racetrack, and there were race horses back there, and I mean like professional horses and this and that. And he goes, we used to go there all the time. Had the lake over there, go fishing, go frogging. And it's like, dude, hmm? Okay. Got trouble coming. But it's like the different things around here. I would love to know more of the history of around here. It's like Anderson, South Carolina is known as the Electric City because it is the first city in the South to have electricity to go over long distance. And so it's called the Electric City. And I didn't know that. I didn't learn that until, shoot, 2004. And it would make me laugh when we moved down here in 2004 the first time. On weekends, you wouldn't find nothing open on Sundays. Nothing. And I would ask people I worked with at Walmart at the time, I was like, how come there's nothing open? She goes, honey, you won't find nothing around here open on Sundays. She was, you wouldn't find nothing open on the weekends 10, 20 years ago.
Right.
And she was, that's just the way it was. And little by little, you find these little businesses here and there open on Saturdays, but Sunday, everything's shut.
Hi,
Good.
Darren.
Good morning,
Hello,
ladies. Or
Dan.
evening in your case.
And good morning to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's after 11 here.
Yeah,
Well,
it's 11:20 here.
it is afternoon here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just a little
Oh.
slack this morning.
Mm. Well, we've already worked our butts off for the day and night, and you're just starting, huh?
hmm But I'm also on Saturday.
Yeah, it's Saturday there for him.
Yeah, I forgot. I was pulling a Fran.
Yeah, he's 14 hours ahead of us. She's probably what, 15 hours ahead of you? Cause you're what, an hour behind me?
No, it's 11. It's going on 11:30
Okay.
here.
No, so he's 14 hours ahead of you too.
Mm-hmm. I'll drink a coffee with you, Darren.
Thank you.
Best life.
My pot of coffee's gone.
I don't do coffee.
I've
I'm
got to.
addicted to the dew.
Ugh.
But
No, I'll have the crab juice, thanks.
oh, there you go, Terry.
It's either
No,
that or Pepsi or Coke.
coffee smells like dirty, stinky feet to me, and I cannot stand the taste of it. But
Ooh.
Mark, he drinks coffee, so he um, does a pot of coffee, and I'll come out of the bedroom or something. I'll be like, "Shoo! Oh, it stinks in here."
I love the smell of coffee. Oh my god. I love it.
No, magic beans do exist. Coffee.
Yes. My husband, because he got me drinking Maxwell House Master Blend when they had the bigger containers. We would go through 4 of those. And then when they made them smaller, we would go through 5 a month.
Mm.
And because he always had coffee. The only time he would drink tea is when he was really sick, and that was it.
Mhm. Fran says it's hard to keep up with other country times, even the time zones here. Yes, I
Yeah.
agree, Fran.
Yeah. There's
My
times I gotta think, okay, who's here, who's there, and what time zone are they in?
if I don't get on the computer for the day and someone asks me, "Well, what day is this?" I don't know. I don't have a clue. If I get online, then of course, I can look and it tells me.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, it just all runs together. Let's see. Best Life says nothing happens here without coffee.
Exactly. I went through a whole pot of coffee today during work, and then after work, I made a pot and drank that. My
You
daughter
like?
had me. My daughter kept waking me up during the night. She was up all night, and she kept waking me up. And from the time I went to bed to the time, like 6, 7 o'clock this morning, I got like an hour and a half sleep.
Mm.
And then I got a couple more hours sleep and woke up at 10. I know I'll get yelled at because I need my sleep, but sometimes I do get good sleep, and sometimes I just don't, and I'll crash early.
Yeah, I was trying to learn a stupid editing software last night, so I ended up with 4 hours of sleep. But I've got a little that will come and wake me up if I don't hear the alarm go off. I do try to set the alarm, which I don't hear a regular clock alarm. I never have in my entire life. I can hear a phone ring, and my cell phone alarm, I can hear that because it does the good morning, da, da,
I
da,
know.
da, 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 and for whatever reason that wakes me up. But if I, for some reason, don't hear it, he hears it and he'll get up and he'll come and wake me up. So I didn't get a lot of sleep. And then I worked my butt off in the heat and stuff. But I feel you. I do.
I know someone that can sleep through a bunch of noise and not wake up one bit.
Yes, but a phone call normally works.
Yeah. 3, 4, 5 times sometimes.
Well, the phone doesn't really wake me up anymore because it's so far away from our bedroom now that you cannot hear the phone at all when you're in our bedroom. And that's with the bedroom door open. But, before we had a phone in our room and then it would wake me up. But it's not even worth answering the phone around here half the time anyways. It's just people trying to sell you stuff. Yes, drive you crazy. IRS and stuff. I'm like, dude, I don't owe the IRS anything. You are not conning me on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. IRS will send you a letter, not call
Right.
you personally.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
It's
But
like,
I mean, it's everything under the sun from cancer societies and police departments and I mean it's just every day. And so we just started letting our machine pick up. Now, if it's one of our family members or something, it says their name when it rings. And so we know. But other than that, we just let the machine pick up because we know it's just going to be a bunch of crap. And our machine, it just gets loaded with messages and the wrong phone number. If this is so and so, press 1. I've had this phone number for 6 years now. And I am not so and so. Where did you get this number?
oh yeah, I get what, anywhere from 15 to 30 phone calls a day, and it's this same company. So I just keep deleting them off my voicemail. Today I was like, you know what? They called 10 times in 30 minutes. So I listened to the voicemail and I called it back. I was in between calls for a customer. And I was like, can I ask? I said, who are you and what are you calling me for? He goes, oh, you owe money. We're a collection agency. You owe money to a payday loan from 2014. I said, 1, I don't do them. 2, I have not had this phone number that long. I said, I got this phone number in late 2015, early 2016 before we moved down here. And I said, what's the last four of the social? And he told me. I said, that is a wrong ass social. I said, you better go find somebody else because you are not getting no money from me. And if you keep calling me, I will get a lawyer and sue you.
Yeah, my cell
And they
phone,
hung up.
it has messages on it and it calls on it every day. And it's like, I don't even know these people. I mean, we're debt free and we don't owe anybody anything. And they call and leave messages or text and stuff. And it's like, this is completely ridiculous. Ever since they made it to where cell phone numbers and things are public now, it's nothing but a mess. And Mark's aunt, she if your name doesn't show up on her phone, she doesn't answer it because it is from daylight till dark with her phone constantly ringing over nonsense. Just absolute nonsense.
I'm always blocking phone numbers, always. And for people that are in, I got a phone call a few months ago for someone that was in California. I said, I don't live in California, thank you. Well, don't you live in New Jersey? No, I don't. I said, I'm in a totally different state, but I'm not California either.
Elon Musk.
And my
Kim,
daughter,
possibly I love you.
because she got a phone this year instead of my son, and she has my phone number and her sister's phone number in her phone. And she gets calls. I said, honey, it's someone that had the phone number before you, long before you. I said, they don't know you. It's just people numbers that other people had. I get calls with it still.
I just got laughing.
I got a call the other week from Russia.
Oh.
I don't get that.
It's a collusion. Don't answer. No.
I had to answer it. It's from Russia.
Mm-hmm.
No, Courtney, that was my son many years back, and I've got to fix it because it's a rental property.
I have everyone blocked that is not in my contacts. Oh.
Teenage boys, they're a joy.
I mean,
Let's
14
see.
going on 40 here. I don't know how my mom did with
You're
3
still
boys.
on the easy part.
Shh. Don't say that. He's still in the stage where he likes spending time with mom, sitting next to mom, watching videos or TV shows and falling asleep against me. And
Ooh, what's your
Oh,
that
favorite
ain't
there's
scary
one caller
movie?
now.
What's your favorite scary movie, Darren?
he
Oh,
had to go
goodness.
on mute.
Yeah. There's one calling now. I have
Yep.
two sons. I have a son. He's 2.5. Oh, that
Oh,
was the sweet years.
enjoy it while you can, Courtney, because I know at 14, yes, my son and I have our moments. We have our moments where we argue, and it can get pretty serious. But it can go from a serious argument, not talking, saying things back and forth that we shouldn't, to joking around and this and that. It's like because of his anxieties and his ADHD, he holds a lot in.
Mm-hmm.
And my son has punched holes in my walls.
Mm.
And
Did you make him get a job and pay to have them repaired?
he's fixing them. He will be fixing them before we move out of here. He has asked me to get spackling and the tape for like drywall,
Mm-hmm.
and he has repaired them and spackled them over, and stuff he's done in his room. He has spackled the holes over himself, and he's gonna repaint his room. And he said, "I will fix that wall." He goes, "I just need you to get the things I need to fix it, but I will fix it." And he is.
Mm-hmm. Well,
But
ours is just 6, but he got his own opinion at like
mm-hmm.
3.5 years old. We totally missed the terrible twos. He was still
I
a
had
little
an
angel
angel.
baby all through terrible twos. I'm like, okay, well, I don't know how we dodged this, but I'm good with it. And then he hit 3, and then he started getting opinionated, and he can option you right into what he wants, and he's been able to
Mm-hmm.
do it for quite some time. But yeah, he does not want to accept any other way but what way he wants. And
He's got you
I
wrapped
said,
around his little fingers.
yeah, he's 6 years old, and I said, I'm gonna have to put the
Mm-hmm.
fear of God in that kid, because by the time he's a teenager, he'll be too much to handle.
My son, at
But
a year and a half, he would start jumping off his sister's bed, which was like 3, 4 feet high, at a year and a half. And at the time, we were during the winter. Me and my husband and the kids would sleep in one bedroom, and my husband and I had an air mattress, and he had his bed, and she had hers. And he would jump off her bed onto the air mattress just so he could fly off of the air mattress. He talk about gray hairs coming out of mom and heart attacks with him. He hasn't changed one bit. I mean, he was very good when he was young. I didn't have to deal with terrible twos because one time when he was a toddler, he was like 2, 3, maybe 4. We went to Walmart and he went under one of the racks in ladies' wear. And we spent a half hour to an hour looking for him. And he thought it was funny. He dodged rack to rack.
mm,
Well, I took him under one of the cameras and I knew the guy from security. And that was working that day. I told him, I said, "You see that?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "That's a cop for the store." I said, "He's going to watch me beat your butt." And I beat my son's butt under the camera. He never did it again. He was so embarrassed.
Listen here.
Because
Mine is so strong-headed, and so I'm going to have it my way that if you tell him that you're gonna spank his tail if he doesn't stop something, he will look at you and say, "How hard?" He's deciding, is it worth it or is it not?
oh yeah,
What does it matter?
yep.
But yeah, but now see, here's the thing with the jumping on the bed thing. We let him jump on the bed because I have never met any parent that has successfully stopped their child from jumping on the bed.
It will
And
never
so
it
I
will never.
said, if
You
you
can't
don't
win.
go ahead and let them do it, then they're going to wait until you're not right there, and they're going to jump on the bed, and then they're going to fall off
Behind
and
your
break a
back.
collarbone or a leg or something. So we had the rule, you can jump on your bed if we're right there. And so that pretty much solved it. I mean, he still jumped on it once or twice with us not in there, but usually he had more fun if we were in there, and we'd grab a hold of his hands and let him jump as high as he wanted to as we were singing the Five Little Monkeys song, and then he just wore out and that was it. No more jumping on the bed for the night. And
My
I thought that was pretty clever of me because I thought,
Yeah.
every kid, every parent says, don't jump on the bed. You're going to fall, you're going to break your head or something. And the kids do it any chance they get because
Let them fall and
they're
break
not allowed
something.
to.
Yep. My cousins and
My
I.
little
That
guy
was
is
my
a
way.
tough little guy.
Yeah.
He would just get up and cry about it and jump some more.
I,
He's a
I'd,
tough little kid.
mine, if they fell over and cried, I'd laugh. Come on, get up.
Yep.
You
Well,
gonna do it again?
ours falls and we yell, "Man down!" Then he just gets back up and goes
Yep.
on his way.
Worst thing you can do is go, "Oh, darling, are you okay?"
Mhm.
Absolutely worst thing.
Yeah. Coddle them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I
Yeah.
was 7.
Somebody told us we needed to get our son, the little bike helmet and knee pads and stuff, and I'm like, no, I
No,
ain't raising
it
no
ain't gonna
wuss
work.
around here.
No. When I was 7, my cousins and I, because at the time my mom was dating someone at the time, he became my stepdad. Well, a bunch of us, my cousin got this brand new bed, and it was a full size bed. But we had to jump on the bed. We had to break it in. So we were doing 10 little monkeys jumping on the bed, and each of us would jump off.
Mhm.
And every time we would hear an aunt or an uncle come down the hallway, we'd all sit down. Well, one cousin jumped and he missed the spot he was supposed to land on and hit the corner of her desk in her room and broke his arm. Yeah, that was the last time we all did that because my uncle had huge hands and it hurt bad. Bad. He had massive hands, and all of us, all 10 of us, got our butt beat. Even my cousin that broke his arm, but he got that after they got home from the hospital. He never did it again.
Well,
So
our
mine
son.
only ever got one smack at a time unless they lied.
Mm.
And then they got 2 smacks and they knew the rule.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, if you do something wrong, you get a smack. That's just for doing something wrong. If you do something wrong and lie about it, you're going to get another smack for lying about it.
Yeah.
It was just one smack. There you go. There's your lesson. We're done.
Well,
And
our
tomatoes.
son is. He is full of passion, and he truly loves everyone. He does not meet a stranger and stuff. But our issues with him all has to come down to authority. So he's either going to end up in prison when he's older, or he's going to be a leader and a multi-billionaire. We're not sure which one yet because he is just that way. But he is full of love, and even he can go to a park, and he's an only child, so every now and then he has cousins over and stuff, but usually it's just him around here, and we can take him to a park, and within 2 minutes he'll have a friend already. He's just very friendly and caring and all of that stuff. And he takes care of his nana's yard for her. He helps her do anything that she needs help with. He'll help sweep her house, and he's 6, and he's been doing this for years. He'll sweep, he'll mop. Not very good because he is only 6, but in his eyes, he's doing a fabulous job. He's very caring and compassionate and everything. But when it comes down to authority and obeying or following rules and stuff, we've just had it. I mean, he really.
It'll change.
Yeah, well, that's what my mom has been saying for 4 years now.
It will.
The trick is to teach them that authority early.
We have
my
tried.
ex and I used to always have this discussion. Like I was the authoritarian. So when I got home, they'd get in trouble for whatever they'd done during the day. If they'd done something wrong, I'd give them a smack on the butt. They'd run off to the bedroom crying because they got a smack on the butt. And 10 minutes later, they were back cuddled up next to me on the couch. And she goes, "How do you do that?" They know where they stand.
Mm-hmm.
They know exactly where the line is. They know when they cross it, what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And that it's over and done with as soon as they've got that smack on the butt.
Well, our problem is that our son does not value anything. I'm serious. Like if you tell him you're gonna spank him if he doesn't stop, he'll ask you how hard. I mean, if you. And I say, what does it matter? You're going to be crying either way.
Yeah.
But to him it does matter because he's considering, is it worth it or is it not? Yeah. But TV time, he has to earn TV time. And if he doesn't earn it, he doesn't care. We stripped his room. He did not have he had one toy in there, and it was Clifford the big red dog. That's his snuggle buddy since he was a baby. And that's the only toy that he had in his room. And he had to earn his toys back. He didn't care. He would go in his room and play for hours playing imaginary games with Clifford and did not care about. I mean, it literally took him 8 months to earn his toys back, and he did not care.
Oh, wow.
If you tell him, he loves weed eaters and stuff, and he has one of the little battery operated weed eater and stuff. And if you even tell him you're not going to get to weed eat for so many days if you don't straighten yourself up, he does not care. I'm telling you, he doesn't value anything. Now he adores his Nana. He has to see her every day or he is just grumpy and in a mood. He loves his Nana. But if you tell him, no, you would think so, wouldn't you? If you tell him, if you don't do this or if you don't stop doing that, you're not going to Nana's today because she lives next door and they have to see each other every day. And then you're not going to Nana's day. He will still do whatever it was that he's going to get in trouble for, knowing he's going to get in trouble for it and knowing that he's not going to get to go to Nana's. And he will squall and throw a fit like the world has came to an end because he doesn't get to go to Nana's. And you try to explain to him, well, it was your choice. You could have obeyed and got to go to Nana's. But that's not what you did. You chose to do it your way, which made it to where you can't go see Nana today. And he'll throw an absolute fit. But the very next day, you can have the same option again, and he'll still do it his way. So I don't know what you do with that. I really don't. We keep trying.
But when he gets in trouble, have her tell him, and you gotta listen, or you're not going to see me.
Oh, we've all preached to him for 4 years, Terry. Wow. Every day, 4 years. I'm telling you, he can get in trouble for something, and 10 minutes later, he'll do the exact same thing because it is his way. I mean, you can be mad at him and tell him, you go sit your butt down on the couch. He'll go to a different chair or
Mm-hmm.
somewhere else. I'll do it, but I'll do it my way on my terms, is how he thinks about it. And then you give him those eyes like, son, if you don't get your butt where I told you to get right
Mm-hmm.
now, you're going to bed for the night. And
Very.
then he'll finally do it. But yeah, he is a stinker, let me tell you. A golden heart, absolutely golden heart. And he'll come snuggle with you and love on you and everything under the sun. But when it comes to
Mm-hmm.
obeying and following rules and stuff, yeah, like I say, he'll either be a leader and a multi-billionaire, or he'll be in prison somewhere. And time will tell which one.
Well, I with the toy thing, I walked in. The kids had a playroom when they were younger, and I told them to clean the toys up. Walked out,
Mhm.
come back 5 minutes later. You guys haven't cleaned the toys up. That's it. Went and got the bin
Mhm.
and started picking toys up and throwing them in the bin. And if I threw them in the bin, they weren't coming out. Of course, I picked the low value toys that I hadn't spent a fortune
Yeah.
on.
Right.
But yeah, it started going through, picking up McDonald's toys and that sort of thing and tossing them in the bin. And then we quickly decided, hey, it's time to clean.
Yeah. I went through that with these two, and it's like my grandsons. My stepdaughter has a heck of a time with them boys. They're so hard headed and stubborn and ormy. My middle grandson, when he'll be an angel, but as soon as she gets on a video chat with me or someone else, she is constantly yelling. And she has taken everything out of his room to where he has a mattress and that's it. Mattress, pillow, blanket. His dresser, his clothes, everything. She has taken all his electronics away. And I told her, I said, you're giving in too much because you give it back to him too soon.
Mhm.
And I mean, I've been, I don't know how many times video chatting with her, and he's in the corner, facing the corner. I mean, he'll sit there, she will make him sit there for like 3 hours. If it says working, yeah, he can get up, go to the bathroom, be right back sitting down. Because if not, he will get up and do whatever he wants, and he'll have a mouth of a mouth. Darren's heard my son. He's heard my daughter too. My daughter can be a complete angel, but make her mad, she'll make a sailor look nice. She will outcuss a sailor, and especially if she's tired and my son does thing that annoys the heck out of her. Mm-mm.
Well, we've
It's
tried everything under the sun with ours. I mean, time out, taking stuff away, not letting him get to go to friend's house, or not going to the park, or, I mean, all these different things. We have tried it. Making him stay in his room for the day, putting him to bed early, no treats, just you name it, we have tried it, and nothing actually works. And I ask everyone, what do you do about this?
It's
And
hard
everyone
when there's
says,
nothing they
I
value.
don't know,
yeah.
because I've never had to deal with this. There's always been something that the kid responded to. Now, we will find something that'll work for maybe a week or so, like the last thing that we tried. It was to tell him, um, you are you need to follow the rules because you love us and we love you. And for whatever reason, that triggered something for like a week. And then
Mm-hmm.
every time you would say that, do it because we love you and you love us, then he would do it. But then, yeah, that didn't last long,
It
and then
wears off
right back to
fast.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you have to keep coming up with clever things, and no one can really tell us what to do about it, because everybody's like, I don't know, everything that I did with our kids, you've already done, and it doesn't
Mm.
work. So,
It's just the phase. He'll grow out of it. He will. Antonio was like that, where he could care less. You could take everything away. The one thing that always got him was not being able to play games on the computer with his dad when he was young, because they would go in and they would play in Minecraft together on their own computers and build houses and build little towns and all this stuff. And then when he would get in trouble and we'd take that away, he would, oh my gosh.
Oh, Terry, our son wants a TV in his room. He has a TV. It's been in the guest room for 2 years, waiting for him to start following little simple kid rules. 2
Mm-hmm.
years. He doesn't want it bad enough because it's still sitting in there, and I try to tell him all the time, well, if you just follow these little kid rules, don't
Mm-hmm.
go in the ditch line because you could get bit by a copperhead,
Yeah.
know? And don't get up the swimming pool ladder because you could fall in,
And
and the water
sometimes you've got
this
to.
year is just a here on him if he's flat-footed in the pool, and that's still too close,
That's too deep, yeah.
and so it's like you don't go on the pool ladder because you could fall in. Just simple little things, but he will stand strong against any kind of authority on it, though. And
Sometimes you've
even
got to
daddy.
lower the standards of getting that reward,
Mhm.
so they can get the reward and then possibly lose the reward.
Yeah.
If that would work, but he doesn't care if he loses it. That's the thing.
But he hasn't had the TV in his room.
No. No. But he
So
loses. He does have a DVD player, and he's not allowed to take that in his room, and he has to earn time on that. And so he might get to watch a movie on it once every 2 weeks.
Have you tried making a chart
Oh yes. This is how we figured out
that
what
let
what
him
the
check mark
problems were.
things?
Yep, we did that
The
too.
things he earns, he can check mark.
Yeah, we did it, and we put it in a dry erase sleeve so that he could, we could erase it after a week and start over again. And he got to check it. And if he did good, then he got to put a check mark on it. And if he wasn't so good at it, he had to put an X on it. And every single day, it was the same items each time. It didn't obey, didn't follow rules. You know, every single time. It was all to do with authority, and that's where I realized that it is all about authority. The rest of him is sweet as pie. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better kid. And when we tell him too, you would be the greatest kid in the world if you would just follow simple little kid rules. And they're just little kid rules. We don't try to put grown up rules on him. He's only 6. But he stands tough against every little rule. But yeah, that's how we realized where the problems actually were. But now, like last year, we homeschooled him, and oh my goodness, it would take half the day to start with to do 2 little things in school, like 2 little worksheets, Here, write the A and color the picture. Huh. 2 hours later, we're finally done, because it was push and pull the whole time. And then by the end of the year, then he was getting books and reading them and everything else. But yeah, it had to do with that authority stuff. But okay, I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom real quick. So y'all hold down the fort.
Uh-oh.
Bubba, here's the reason for having kids.
Yes. The cutest,
Astrid.
cutest reasons in the world. She's so adorable.
Astrid, you're not talking? She's hiding today. She's been a grumpy dog.
You don't want to be seen?
No.
Do you want to eat?
Do you want to be on TV? No.
She's a cute. She's beautiful. She's so sweet.
You're going to need to entertain everyone solo, Terry.
Okay.
Because I'm
Enjoy
going to
your
have
time
to.
with Astrid and Cooper. Hi, Cooper.
He can't hear.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell him and say hi.
Okay. Enjoy your time. Bye.
Uri.
I just made this too big. Viper, where you been? Viper. Who has free time?
Okay.
Dan
Sorry.
had to go. His daughter and his granddaughter and son showed up.
Ah, that's
But
okay.
I was
Hi,
gonna
Vat.
ask you something. A friend of mine did this with their kid, and their kids are between ages of 6 and 10. They had their kids, and it actually works out really good. Pick the punishment. So if they don't listen, whatever comes, and like the youngest kid, they would write down what their kid would say. And if he got in trouble, he went to the jar that his punishments were in, and he had to pick one out. And whatever happened, that's what happened. And their kids learned a lot more respect for their things because it's like they had a reward jar and they had a punishment jar.
Mhm.
And the younger two, they kept getting in trouble a lot. They wouldn't listen for nothing, like you're saying. And then punishments were coming out left and right. And they wouldn't get no rewards. If their toys got taken away, they would get put down reward jar.
Mhm.
And so when it hit them, it was like 2 years into the whole punishment reward. The less they got in trouble, the more they enjoy getting the rewards.
Mhm.
And the big rewards were special time with mom, special time with dad. And they were seeing their oldest sibling getting all that special time with mom and dad. They would get it, but not like the real special stuff.
Mhm.
Um, and they were at the age your son is at. And the more they started behaving and seeing these rewards and getting special things, and go shopping, get a toy, go to a movie, go get ice cream, park time, stuff like that, the more they valued things.
Mhm.
So, I mean, it's an idea. Have your son
Yeah.
come up with the punishments and have him pick rewards, or you and your husband talk with him. What rewards would he like, and write them down and put them in a jar, and have him pick the punishments. Of, okay, if I get in trouble, this goes or that goes, and if you have to empty his room, the rewards. You don't get in trouble for this, or you listen from doing this, you get a reward out of the jar. You get something back. It
Yeah.
might work.
I. Yeah. It might. It's worth a try, but the variance that we have done of that has never worked out because he doesn't care if his things get taken away. I mean, he's a kid. You take his
Mhm.
stuff away and he cries and
Yeah.
he's upset and stuff, but an hour later it's like nothing ever happened.
Mhm.
It's like I don't care if my stuff is gone now or not.
But
I'll entertain myself, but yeah, so
but
it's
sitting
like nothing
down,
really works. But
but
he,
sitting down and having him pick his punishments
mhm,
and put in there part of the punishments is not seeing Nana.
mhm,
And yeah, it's gonna hurt him not seeing that, and he's gonna have punishments that you may not agree with. It's like my one friend, their kid said, pick up what was it, 3 gallon bucket of acorns. It was their punishment because they have a bunch of oak trees and they get acorns all over the place. So they went around and picked up acorns.
mhm,
And if they did that, and on that punishment, the one, and I'll never forget, pick up a 3 gallon bucket of acorns 5 times,
mm,
and he did it. And the one day he didn't do it, one of the punishments of not doing that, and that he picked, that he lost a toy or he lost this privilege or that privilege,
mhm.
and they had a pool too, and there was many times he did not go in the pool because that was his punishment.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it's an idea.
Mhm. Well, we
And
stand firm on it.
mhm,
Like if we take something away, and he throws a fit and cries and stuff because he's a kid, he's going to. we don't give it back. If we say that's it, and we will warn him, you're getting ready to lose your TV time. And so he keeps on, he loses his TV time, he gets no TV, you know, um, for the day. That's it, or we say, well, you're not going to get to go swimming. And it, to him, it doesn't seem to matter. What matters is that he does what he wants to do. And that is where the problem comes in. And the picking up acorns and stuff. Well, we don't have any acorns to pick up, but we've got a garden full of rocks, and he loves rocks. He's a boy, dirt and rocks and buckets and all that kind of stuff. But I'll be out in the garden picking them up, and he'll say, "Can I come help?" And I'll say, "Yeah, sure, come on. You want to pick up rocks? Come on." And
So make that
he won't
privilege.
even pick up a half of a bucket, and he's tired, and he says, "I'm done," and he goes off to something else. But now, if that were a punishment, I can tell you exactly how it would go, because he fights against anything like that. So if you were to say, well, you're going to go out in the garden and you're going to pick up a bucket full of rocks, and you're not getting anything else until you get that done. You would be out there trying to get him to do what he's supposed to be doing for the next 5 hours, and your nerves would be through the roof. So when we do some kind of punishment or take something away, we make sure that it's not going to drive us nuts in the process, because we know what it's going to be if we try to get him to do something like that. But if we say no TV time, now he loves Scooby Doo and stuff, So if you say so if you say no TV time, then he'll start straightening up. And if he doesn't straighten up and you end up taking TV time away, we usually don't watch TV until evening time anyway. So, there's during the winter time and stuff, there's nothing for him to do outside because it's already dark. And so when he loses TV time, then it's no big deal to him, because he just goes to his room and he plays. And so, there is the catch there. It's like he knows, yeah, well, if I lose TV time, I'll cry about it and stuff, and I'll ask and plead, "Can I please have TV time?" And the answer is still always no. But then he goes and he just finds something else to play in his room or something, So it's he works around it. And we just keep trying to find it. We keep trying to find it.
And go off of them, like some time with Nana, special time with Mom and Dad.
Well, they do. One of the little things that they do when Mark is off work is they'll take the John Deere and they'll go down the road together on it, and they go up to one of the neighbors' ponds, and they skip rocks in the pond and stuff, and they'll tell little stories and stuff, from when our son was really little. I think he was around 2.5, something like that, is when they started doing that. And so Mark would tell him, "Oh, well, you're skipping these rocks out here, and Dory is getting them and taking them to Nemo, and they're building a little house and stuff under there, So he likes to still do that, to go up to the pond there with Daddy on the John Deere. But if you were to say, though, if you don't clean your room, or if you don't stop behaving badly, then you're not going to go to the pond with Daddy. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because it's what he wants to do at the time, and not what you're telling him to do or to stop doing. And so it all comes back down to authority. And
and being 6, there's a lot of kids are like that when they're that age.
Well, he's been that way since he was 3. Like I say, terrible twos, we totally skipped. He was still just an absolute angel baby.
Terrible twos. But that's the thing, like with my son, he didn't go through terrible twos. 3 and 4 hit. That's when the terrible twos hit. So I went through all that with him. Stubborn, hard-headed. it levels out, yes. It may drive you nuts now, and even if trying all kinds of new things, you don't have to listen to what I say. No one, if people do, they fine. If it works for them, fine.
Mhm.
And I tell people all the time, I'll listen to all the advice in the world. Doesn't mean I'm gonna take it,
Right.
but
Yeah.
but it's like sometimes you gotta let him just be that kid,
Mhm.
and even if it's like saying, let's do this together for 10 minutes, get him away when he's being bad, get him to focus on something else.
Mhm.
And we did that with Amanda when she was young. We thought she was going through anxiety real bad because it runs in my husband's side of the family. um Come to find out, it wasn't just anxieties, it was autism too. And for my son, it was anxieties and ADHD. So we had to find different ways of dealing with things. It's like for my daughter, when she would get upset, she'd pace back and forth in the house. And if she come up to me, Mom, I need a hug, it's just that reassurance.
Mhm.
It's that calming, because she couldn't grasp different ways to calm herself down with her anxieties. And she still has her moments. It's like I can tell the last few years, I can tell when she's getting real tired. She will rant and rant and rant and rant for an hour or more. And I don't know how many times they're not even video chatting, and she starts ranting, and she'll go for an hour. And I'll just say, Amanda, you know what? I love you. Go lay down and go to sleep. And she was, yeah, I'm tired. I said, go to bed, please. Because you're just not thought. I don't know how many times, because of her autism in the last, since she was 12, in the
Mm.
last 4 years, that she has woken me up and ranted for 2 hours straight, or just wanted to talk about different things for 2, 3, 4 hours. And she expects me to stay awake the whole time. It's like, I can't. I can't.
When I was a kid, I would come home from school and um, I would start to tell my mom about my day, and she would look at me and she would say, "Is this going to be a short story or is this going to be a long story?"
Mm-hmm.
Because I would always, I'd tell her about the entire day and all my thoughts in between.
Hey, Dustin. But oh
Dustin in the
yeah,
house.
but it's when we found out my daughter had autism, she was 12. They do a test, it's called an ADOS test, and it measures. You have to see a specialist, and they ask the parents and the kid a whole bunch of questions. Well, with her being 12, he asked her a whole bunch of questions, and she would answer it. And he talked to me and asked me a whole bunch of questions, and I'd answer them. And he goes, I'll be back. I'm going to go count these up, and this way we can see how severe this is. He come back, he goes, if there was a higher number for autism, she'd be at it. For severity for autism, it goes from 0 to 10. He graded her at the 18, 19. And he goes, she's got it bad. And at the time when they diagnosed her, they still had names for it. So it was still Asperger's and different categories for it. And then about a month later, it was full spectrum disorder. So they put all them different disorders of autism in the one bunch. But I mean, yeah, she's 20 now. She will always live at home with me, always, because she may be 20, but there's times it's like I'm dealing with a 6, 7 year old. So I can
Mhm.
completely understand. With a boy, I shake my head at him. He's my baby. He will always be my baby. He'll be sitting next to me and fall asleep, and I'll take pictures of him because I don't get pictures of him. He don't like getting his picture taken. But it's like, if I don't get those pictures of him sleeping on me now, I ain't ever gonna get them.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, ours, he is an only child. He is spoiled with more things than he ever needs. More toys and stuff than he ever needs. And he had his first Power Wheel before he could even walk. I kid you not. He would crawl over to his little Lightning McQueen 4-wheeler and he would lift himself up on it and swing that little leg over, and he would ride it through our house before he could even walk on his own. So, yes, he is spoiled, and we know we did that to him.
Mine are.
And
Completely admit
and
it.
he is loved more than anything in this world. We wouldn't give accept anything for him. He is just our world. And a lot of these things we have caused by giving him way too much stuff. But if we are, and I tell him, I've been trying to tell him, give the grown-ups a minute. We are not your playmates. We get tired and we need some grown-up thoughts for a few minutes. And but if he loves playing games and cards and all the Legos and Lincoln Logs, and he's got these wheels and stuff that you can build all kinds of cool things with, and they actually work. They have cranks and pulleys and all this kind of stuff. He's extremely smart. But we've been reading to him and stuff since he was a newborn. We have invested a lot of time into learning toys and taking the time to teach him and everything. And the kid will pick a book over a toy because he loves reading and stuff. But as long as we are playing games, he loves board games, anything like the puzzles. He has been able to work puzzles since he was 8 months old, and he gets mad if you show him the box. He does not want to see the picture. He does not start with the frame like most people do. He starts right in the middle, and it's like the pieces just pop out at him. He just picks them up, click, in their place. He can do it. He can do puzzles very, very fast. And like I say, his first puzzle he ever did, he was 8 months old. And as long as you are there doing those things with him, like, you're working a puzzle, but he's stealing your pieces because he's finding them faster than you can. As long as you're there working the pieces, working the puzzle with him, or playing the board game with him, or cards, or something like that. If you are coloring with him, if you are doing art projects with him, as long as you are there being his playmate, then he's good as gold. But the moment that you need to do some kind of grown-up thing, then he is breaking any kind of rule he can. It's almost like he's getting even because you couldn't be his playmate every second of every minute of every day.
It's like with Antonio, when he was in elementary school, he would get done his schoolwork before all the other kids. And his teacher would tell me, what do we do? He's getting done before them. Do you want us to give him more work because he's disrupting the class because he's wanting to talk to his friends?
Little Birdie
Give him
Homestead.
more. Give him something to do. My son, at a very early age.
Hang on a second, Terry. Let's welcome these people in here. Welcome in, Little Birdie Homestead. And Connor McGregor, welcome in. All right, go ahead, Terry.
Well, at an early age, my son could games on the computer. He would master them quick. My son can build a house in Minecraft that I would love to see built out in real life. He's awesome. He can build things really fast. He picks things up in games real fast. His dad taught him how to take a computer apart, put it back together in another computer tower, and it worked just as good, if not better. He's very computer smart. Reading, he does not like to do. When it comes to schoolwork, because of his ADHD, how bad it is. And I didn't know this until earlier this year, that when he's in school...
Thank you, Little Birdie.
He goes, I'll be able to listen to the teacher for 10 minutes and then I zone off. And then I'm playing catch up the last 10 minutes of class and I don't hear nothing. And it's like, okay. So, and I won't put him on any medicine for his anxieties or ADHD because he has learned from his dad because of how bad his anxieties were, different ways to calm himself down. Yeah,
Yeah.
my son will hold anger in and then it'll come out all at one shot. But over the last 6 months, I've been noticing, okay, he's not holding his anger in as much this way. He's doing different things. He is actually letting tears out. And my son was 11 when his dad passed away. So he has, and a few months later, we moved over here because me and the kids couldn't stand being in the house we were in. We couldn't stand it anymore. So I talked to my landlord a few months later, and he said, "Yeah, we got this house, so we moved over here." And my son is still very smart. They know he's very smart. He has been in accelerated classes in school because he's so smart. But he's just so hard-headed and stubborn and trying to grasp that. Even his best friend got him into playing chess just to get him so he could get himself learn a different way of calming himself down. Did it work? No.
Hold on a second. I'll show you something.
So how you doing today, Courtney? I was listening to your live earlier today, Courtney, but I had to answer calls, so I had to get out of it. I couldn't listen and answer calls from customers at the same time because I have one customer. Who are you listening to? So I had to get out of it. I'll try to watch some videos when I'm working. If I'm in between customers, today was nonstop. I couldn't get away from them phone calls today for nothing. But tomorrow, every day is like that, especially on slow days. But today was a busy day. Slow days, I can watch videos, I can listen to videos on YouTube. Not today.
So
Like that.
we put a lot of time and energy into our little because we want him to have the best education and to be the best chance of being whatever he wants to be in life. And we figure that is solely our job to do so. And so he's had things like these.
Yeah.
And they're thinking games. And you have to figure them out and stuff. He can do the entire course of it in one day. He's never had a problem doing it. And we have like the Little Red Riding Hood one also, and a couple of other ones, and he just zooms right through them. But you were talking about chess. Teaches kids how to play chess. It teaches them what all the parts are and stuff, and it's board games and stuff like that. But I mean, you know, his he doesn't have regular video games like other kids. He has the VTech.
Yeah.
And they're all learning games. And so he has, well, you know, he loses privileges all the time because we've already been through that. So it's not like he ever gets to play them very often, maybe once every 2 or 3 months. But, but where did you get that farm game? You can get it on Amazon. There's all kinds of different ones. There's Penguin ones, a Little Red Riding Hood. They are called they're called smart games, but they come with a little booklet.
For the not so
Let's
smart.
see.
Right?
No, They come with a little booklet inside, and it tells you the game rules and stuff in there so that you can follow along. But then they come with, like, this is a starter one, so of course it's real easy. And the kids have to look at it, and they have to place the pieces on the board the right way and the right pieces. And here's just the little board, and it's got, as you go through it, it gets harder and harder. And so it's got all the little farm animals and little watering troughs and extra fence pieces and stuff like that. And it gets them thinking and stuff. But there are all kinds of different versions of them. From I know there's penguins. He has Little has this one, and Little Red Riding Hood. But because he likes the big bad wolf stories.
Oh yeah.
And there's
Every
just tons
kid
of them, but they're
does.
called smart games, and you can get them on Amazon. But you know, I mean, it teaches them several different things, and they just think they're playing a game, you know. But the chess one is it's really amazing because, again, the kids think that they're just, you know, they're having a good time with you, but in reality, they come in their little bags. But in reality, they're actually learning how to play chess, and you know, I mean, there's
That's actually pretty cool.
just the little
They
chess
didn't have
pieces,
that when my kids were young.
and it's got stories and stuff like that in it. But those and he's got the geo puzzles and all that, you know, of all the continents and stuff like that. But yeah, see, you get all this stuff with the games and everything too. But see, you're teaching them and they don't even know. And this one is actually let's see, 2 players. Let's see, what was the age range on that? See if it says on here. Ages 3 to 103.
Hey, it's never too late. My son's best friend Angel, he started learning. When he started learning, he told us about it like a month and a half, 2 months later. The boy can wipe you out in 4 moves and beat you. He picked it up that quick. But I want to answer this question for little birdie Homestead. Just do the videos. When I first started out in 2018, a friend of mine got me some elderberry cuttings, but he said the only way he would send them to me was I did a video showing that I got them and planting them. It took me 4 hours to work on that video because I almost threw up 3 or 4 times. I was that nervous, that scared, that shy. In the first year, I don't know how many times of doing videos, I almost got sick to my stomach because I was that nervous about it. Now it's no big deal. I still get nervous on some things, but the more you do it, the more you enjoy it. Yes, it has its up and downs. It's like with live streams. I know people that could go to live streams and chat all the time, but never go up on a panel.
Right.
I almost got sick to my stomach during my first live stream. But I loved it because it's the interaction with people in the chat, and then like with StreamYard, you can bring people up on a panel. You don't have to use all this crazy stuff. But the more you do it, the more you relax and are comfortable with it, and the easier it gets, and the more you enjoy it. Because you get so many people from the homesteading community.
Good people.
I mean, really good people. I get people. When I started out, before I started doing videos, I was going to different. I follow all different communities on YouTube: music, art, nature sounds, gamers, friends that just do crazy live streams. Some of my best lurkers are some of my best friends from YouTube that are not in the homesteading community. And it's like one of the channels. Oh, I forget who it is. because of a gaming channel. The guy, he'd be playing his live streams, and because instead of saying City Girl Country Heart, he started calling me Cece. And I was okay with it. I don't mind it. I enjoy it. And every time I go in there, him and everyone else that I have become friends with in there, they still call me Cece. And I will go up on chats and I'll have people in there in homesteading chats that know that that's my nickname for those gamer channels, Cece. And it's things like that and the friends that you get from the homesteading community, because you'll get them from all over the world. I mean, even if it's a 2-minute video showing your garden, you don't have to get on the video. You don't have to put yourself in it. Keep the camera away from you, point to the garden and talk. And when you get real comfortable with doing that, then turn the camera on yourself. I mean, that's the only way I can see doing it. It don't matter how small your garden is. It could be a 10 by 10 garden. I have a pallet with potatoes on it, and it's a small space. My garden is 10 foot wide by 40 feet long. Well, 50 because the side yard. If I didn't have that side yard, my garden would be in containers on my driveway out back because I'd have no space. But I have a 10 by 10 cement pad out back that has 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 barrels around it that has a arch from a trampoline frame that I'm growing grapes on and squash plants on. And I'm gonna be putting more stuff. I have on that what something I used to do for my chickens, so I'm gonna be putting sweet potatoes in. And you can do a lot with small space. Show it off. You may learn something from others in the homesteading community and on YouTube that may work better for you. I mean,
Yeah. There's a lot of different communities that that I'm friends with, and I love the diversity of it. You know, I mean, you can learn so much stuff from different people that you know may have thought, well, why would I go to a foraging channel when I know nothing about it, don't have a tool to do it with, and wouldn't even have the a single clue on where to start on it.
Exactly.
But when you go there, you find out that these are really great people that have so much talent.
Yes.
And that it is just amazing to sit and watch them, you know, and then you become friends with them and you know, and you watch all their stuff and hang out with them on live chats and live streams and stuff, you know. But you know, before I had no interest in growing a garden or canning or preserving or having farm animals or anything. I had horses. Horses eat up your money and poop in your yard. That's all they do, you know. And I never had any plans on getting rabbits and chickens and ducks and goats and cows and all that stuff. And then just one day it changed. Now, you know, I had family that grew up that way, living on farms, and they raised their children on farms and stuff like that. But that was not me and my mom and dad, you know. They were the baby boomers, go out work, you know, and get away from the farm stuff. So, you know, I didn't really know much of anything about that. You know, I knew that my grandma and grandpa, they, you know, had a farm and stuff like that. But I was just a little kid then, so, you know, and then we moved away, and so, you know, I knew that she had a big garden, and I knew we could go out there and pick tomatoes and stuff, but I had no idea how to grow it or what it took to grow it or harvest it or preserve it or anything like that. I knew she canned. I couldn't, you know, I had no idea what the steps of it was because I was just a little kid, and my mom didn't do that kind of stuff, so And later on in life, my mom would have a little backyard garden with, just a few tomato plants,
Yeah.
a few cucumbers, something like that. She never had a big, huge garden or anything. And because she wasn't going to preserve it or anything, so she just had, go out, pick it, and eat it for supper type stuff. But um, now, when I started getting interested in it, then actually, it was prepping that hit first. And then I came to the conclusion that, well, if you're going to prep, eventually the stuff that you buy is going to run out.
Yeah.
What do you do then? Well, you have to know how to grow it. You have to know how to start
Mhm.
it and grow it and take care of it and harvest it
Exactly.
and how to preserve it. And when it comes to the animals, you need to know everything about them too. How to help them when they're sick or hurt
Mhm.
or whatever, and just their daily care and all that kind of stuff. So, it started out at prepping, and then it's okay, well, when everything's gone, what are you supposed to do? And then that's what led me into growing gardens and such. And
Yeah.
it took me like 7 years before I could grow an amazing garden. I would it started out like everybody else with tomatoes,
Yeah.
and then I
The
had to learn all the
basics.
stuff about tomatoes. Okay, you get aphids and you get tomato hornworms and this and that, and how do you keep that away from them? And well, what does it, what's happening when they're getting blight, and what's happening when their leaves are
Yep.
turning yellow and stuff. I had to learn all that stuff, and so every year I would add something new to the garden, and then it was a learning curve on, what it needs and how to care for it.
Yeah.
And until now, I mean, like I say, it took about 7 years before I could grow an amazing garden. But it took all of that learning and stuff. Well, it came about by meeting people on YouTube,
Mhm.
you know, and going to their channels and watching their videos and asking questions and reading in their comments. And,
Mhm.
people would ask specific questions that they were having problems with. And I'm a big chat reader. Yes, you leave comments on a channel that I go to,
Mhm.
I will see it because I
Mhm.
read the comments.
You'll my kids will see me do this. I'll take
Mhm,
pictures of things of ideas in the chat
mhm,
constantly, and
mhm,
or I'll screenshot it on my phone. I'll have the chat on my phone. And I'll screenshot it. I am a huge Google advocate. I Google everything. I don't belong in a city, hence the name City Girl Country Heart.
mhm,
Growing up as a kid, okay, my mom, my stepdad, his family is from Michigan. My mom and dad divorced when I was a kid. I was like 4 or 5. When they split, I was almost 9 when they got a divorce. Well, my brother and I went up to Michigan to live with my mom, and at the time he was her boyfriend. His mom had this huge side garden, and that year we went up to live with them. That following summer, she had a huge garden, and she had a bumper crop, and could never figure out why, because she didn't do anything different, why she was having such a huge bumper crop in her garden that year. Well, that was the year I was actually introduced to canning. She would do canned tomato juice. She would have 100 quarts of tomato juice and sauce in her little side room next to the kitchen. And come to find out, it's like because where they had their garden was right below that, about 10 feet down, was their septic tank. And it had overflowed and was still in the garden. And it was fertilizing it awesomely. My grandmother was getting 2 pound tomatoes, huge tomatoes that year. Everything else was a bumper crop. And then when I was 9, my brother and I went back to live with my dad, and my dad found his father, and my grandfather is deep in the hills of West Virginia. I got redneck deep in me. But when we went there to meet my grandfather, I felt so at home there. I was like, I don't belong in the city at all. This is where I belong. He had a neighbor across the street had this huge pasture, and the trains would go around the backside of their property. And I'd go over there every day for the 3 weeks I was over there, just chit chatting with them and watching their garden. There, and they had chickens and they had goats and pigs and a cow, and I felt so at home. So yes, I am in a city. I don't belong here. I've never felt at home. Outside in the garden, that's where I'm at home
Mhm.
because it's how I've always been. And when I was picking a name for a like page on Facebook, City Girl and Country Heart is a combination of two different names that I had picked. And my husband goes, "You don't belong in the city. So do City Girl Country Heart." And I was like, "I like that." And I talked to my friend Erica, and she was, "I like that." She was, "That's you." Because her and I would chit chat about her 10 acres up in Canada. Because her husband's stepdad had 1,000 acre wheat farm that they still work every year. And
Give me just a second.
okay,
Welcome in, Coffee Angel Crafts. Glad to have
hi
you
Coffee Angel.
in. Okay, go ahead, Terry.
But it's the and seeing different things is like my aunts and uncles always had gardens. My one aunt and uncle, they lived out in the country, and they had like 15 acres, and they had huge gardens and fruit trees. And every time my uncle would take me and my brother out there, it's like, okay, I'm at home, and I wouldn't want to leave. And even my uncle said, one day you'll be on big property. You won't be in the city no more. So just like going looking at properties, even if it's 5 acres to move to from here, but it's bigger space. It's getting me closer to that dream of having the size property I want, the things I want, the animals, the yeah, it may not ever be horses, and I'm okay with that. But I want the cows, the goats, the sheep, the chickens, the pigs. I want all that because learning learning how to garden down here compared to New Jersey has been totally different. Up in New Jersey, you get dirt as black as my phone. Down here, I've got clay. I've had to learn how to amend the dirt here. My first garden here in 2018, I didn't know anything how clay was. I took my weed eater, I cleared off with the weed eater. I took it, got rid of the grass, took it down to dirt, went to Lowe's, bought bags of topsoil, bags of compost manure mix, bags of black cow, and I mixed all that together with dried oak leaves from my trees and planted seeds in there. That was my garden. And yeah, stuff came up. I got food that year. It wasn't a lot, but I got food. My neighbor across the street, he offered to till up some spots. I planted some sweet potatoes from store bought sweet potatoes. I planted corn. Didn't know that you had to plant it in blocks to get it to actually pollinate right. But I learned. I have done the square foot gardening my whole life. I have done raised beds. My side garden because I wanted a big garden to feed my family so I can get away from the store stuff and save money because being a single mom, your income goes from this to this.
Mhm.
Almost nothing. So growing my own food, yeah, I've learned over the last few years what will work, what won't.
Mhm.
Last year I had one tomato hornworm. This year, the other day, a couple of days ago, I found one on one of my tomato volunteer tomato plants. My chickens got that bugger because it was not a small one. It was this big. It was like 5 inches. It was huge. I said, nope, it's going right in the chicken coop, and sure enough, it did.
Hey, Joy Blessed Life, welcome in. Yeah, and you know what? My chickens are weird. They will not eat those hornworms. They won't. They won't eat them.
I can guarantee I know which one of my chickens spot my barred rock hen. She's not that big, but anytime I've gotten grubs from the garden, got my little shovel, put it in there, she's the first one to get it. Now,
Mhm.
when I put that hornworm in there, she would peck at the ground next to it because I put food in there, and it wouldn't move one bit. But I can guarantee the minute she saw that thing move, she was going to get it. And I went out about an hour later. I got off the phone with Darren right before I went to work. I was like, no, I'm going to go look. That, you couldn't find it. It was not in there. It was gone. And I can guarantee my hen got it. Because those other ones ain't as fast as her. And it's right now with my hens. Yeah. When I got my chickens in 2019, the guy I was dating, I told him what I was going to do with the trampoline because my landlord kept saying we had to take it down. So I was going to turn it into a chicken coop. So he told me to look up online on Tractor Supply if they had any. And they were running a sale, and he bought me a chicken coop. And he would look around on different places. He would go fishing, and he would look at flyers, see if anyone had chickens or any of his friends knew of anyone that had chickens. And I kept looking on Craigslist, and the guy I kept looking at the ad on Craigslist, and the guy ended up being his cousin. And so he got back in touch with a cousin of his. But when I got my chickens and my coop got built, I cried because it's like I'm getting these little dreams, little step by step, going ahead. And with my husband, he was so adamant about me not canning. And if it wasn't for him sitting and watching, well, listening to the videos I would watch on YouTube, he would have never said okay to me canning. Never. He would have been all for me doing all the other things, having chickens, having sheep and goat, and sending them off through process. But yeah, not him. He was adamant about me not canning. But listening to Deep South Homestead and some of the other YouTube channels I follow with the prepping and all that, I've had to learn all that since he passed away. I mean, I never thought I was going to butcher chickens. I butchered chickens last year, 3 of them. And I want to do more. Because it is feeding my family.
Yeah. Well, we started out prepping, and then we from there went to learning to garden, and then from there, actually, our first rabbit was one at the local festival. One of those little, you
Mm-hmm.
toss the little ball that bounces 10
Yeah.
million times and has to go in the thing to get the rabbit. It was one there, and that's how we ended up with a rabbit.
I would love
But
to raise rabbits for me.
from then, we went on and oh no, actually that is not right. We bought Florida whites. We had 3 Florida whites, and I had bought them. And then the 4th rabbit we ever had was one at the festival. But then from there, it just kept escalating into different things. The first 2
Mm-hmm.
chickens we ever had was given to us by a friend. They were very young, and her husband had some
It's
words,
addicting.
and so he went to Tractor Supply, and then he was like, "Uh-oh, I better take her something home."
Mm-hmm.
As a peace offering, and they had baby chicks, and he brought 2 home, and they had no idea how to care for them or anything, and they were feathered out, but they were still pretty young. And I was up there, and I was visiting with them, and I said, "Oh, you have chickens." And she's
Mm-hmm.
like, "Do you want them?" And I said, "Yes."
Hey. Yeah, I
And
would take
yes, and so that's how we got our very first chickens, which were Buff Orpingtons.
them. Oh
And
wow.
And then from there, and that's the only 2 chickens that have ever had a name. Don't ask me what they are now because I do not remember. But way back in my video, somewhere or another, I am showing those 2 Buff Orpingtons, and I'm pretty sure that I say their name in the video, but I can't remember now because that was quite some time ago. But, things just escalated from there. Now, the goats came into play because our son cannot drink cow's milk.
Okay.
And so we got the goats because we wanted to be able to milk them and have milk for him. And then we found out afterwards that they help get rid of kudzu, which, the South is being taken over with.
Yeah.
And it's a battle all the time. And actually, I was just looking out in the raised bed area, and it's coming through the fence and starting into my raised bed. So Mark is going to have to go out and deal with that and clear that all back up. But, things just go from one thing to another. If you would have told me 10 or 15 years ago, probably 15 years ago, that I was going to be living on a farm and growing the majority of our vegetables and canning and dehydrating and all this stuff, and that I was going to be raising rabbits and chickens and ducks and cows and milking goats and all this stuff, I would have laughed at you and said, this girl loves her purses and stilettos too much. No. Do I look like I drive a truck in my stilettos?
Yep.
No, but things change. Life changes and you move with it. And just one thing went to another, and here we are, and and one of my aunts, she's just like, I just still can't believe that you do all of this stuff. You're so girly. You've always been so girly. And it's like, now most of the time my hair is just tied up somewhere. I'm a hot mess. My fingernails are unpolished. My toenails are unpolished. I have bruises and cuts and stuff all over me from going through briars or cutting down something, over here, or, a rabbit scratches me, or you just never know what it is. And actually, I cut my ankle in the garden today, and I didn't even know it. I was working on a video, and then I went to close the video out, and I stood up to move, and I was working down at the ground, and I felt something, and I just kind of went like that because it was like it was going to rain today, and the flies were starting to bite, and so I guess my mind just kind of thought, well, it must have been a fly. And so when I got up to move to end the video and I sat down, I had blood going down my ankle into my shoe. And I'm like,
oh, wow.
This stuff just happens.
You never know.
Yeah. So, but that's what she's always saying. You're too girly. I have such a hard time. I don't get it. And she says, you impress me. I am impressed by you. And I'm like, I ain't nobody to be impressed by. It's just a lot of work, and still a lot of work to learn all this stuff and to do it. And it is tiring. And, by the end of the season, after you've harvested just about everything that you can harvest, you are ready for the growing season to be over with and a good vacation.
Oh, yeah. Just like with the new dehydrator I got. One of my biggest goals last year was to improve on my preserving things I had for preserving. Get another canner, get more canning supplies to help with canning, another dehydrator, work on getting more things for vacuum sealing and stuff like that. Well, with this new dehydrator I got, because I didn't know what that tropical storm was going to do. Because usually when we get storms, early on this year in spring, we had when the South was getting all those bad storms going across the South, we were getting tornado warnings.
Mm.
So one day I went and got what was it, 15 pounds of frozen vegetables. There's, I bought some 2 pound bags, some 1 pound bags, and I dehydrated 10 pounds of vegetables one night. It was the carrot, green bean,
Thank you, little birdie.
and it was mixed vegetables. I got a bag of okra, a bag of broccoli, cauliflower, carrots, peas. Well, I dehydrated them, and it's like my peas and carrots I mixed together because I like having them. Well, the other night I didn't know what I was gonna do for dinner. I put meatloaf in the oven. I said, you know what? I got these. I'm gonna use them up. So I put them in a pot of water, and oh my gosh, I'm going to be dehydrating a whole lot more stuff because it tastes just as good as it if it was from the, being frozen. And I dehydrated them. I let them thaw out and dehydrated them. Then the next night, the other frozen vegetables, I put that in the dehydrator and let them go all night. And I can tell you because of work and health issues, my garden ain't where I want it to be. So I will be getting a lot of things and a lot of vegetables and dehydrating them. I mean, 10 pounds of vegetables. I have 2 half-ounce jars of. One has broccoli, one has okra in it, and it's a little 4 ounce jar. Those are 1 pound bag each. The other stuff wouldn't have filled a full quart jar because it was dehydrated. So I will be dehydrating a whole lot more this summer. I just have to go get more things in so I can do it.
Mhm.
Because not knowing how hurricane season is gonna be, my
Mhm.
biggest thing is having stuff on hand. I will be getting more meat so I can make ham and bean soups and more stews. Um, I've got jars. I've got like 50 or 60 pint jars and about 30 quart jars that I need to fill up because I
Mhm.
just don't trust hurricane season this year.
Right.
We had such a mild winter this winter. I mean, yeah, up in the mountains of South Carolina, they were getting snow and ice. We were getting rain here all winter long. The gnats and the flies and mosquitoes here are horrendous this year. They're so bad. Um, every few days, I had to take down my fly strip that I hang in my kitchen and put a new one up because it's filling up that much. And it's like it was never up. So I told my kids tonight I ordered some things for throughout the house that will help take care of the gnats and the flies. And it's like this year's the worst I've seen it. We were getting mosquitoes here in January
Mm.
because it was so warm. And
Mhm.
people were like, no, you're not right. Last year, my yellow pear tomato plants, I was still getting little yellow pear tomatoes in the middle of December. Yeah, when we had that big frost come through in the middle of December, it killed it off and I got no more. But I was still getting tomatoes in my garden in December. And it's like some of the carrot seeds I put in October. Yeah, they waited till the spring to start growing, and some of them carrots are getting a flower on it. They're flowering, so I'm letting them
Mhm.
be. My
Mhm.
radishes that I put in October, they flowered, they bolted, they flowered. I got seed pods. My kale, oh my god, my kale plants have put out seed pods. I'm not gonna run out of seeds for kale for a while. Seen them like that before, but it's learning how to garden and all the homesteading stuff, even if it's on Mama Z's Texas Kitchen. She's in
Mhm.
an apartment. She gardens on a balcony,
Mhm.
and she can put out some pretty good looking food.
Yeah.
But I
Well,
mean, I wouldn't give this up for the world. Homesteading, no, I wouldn't give it up for the world.
sometimes I get very wore out
Mm-hmm.
and just mentally exhausted over it. But you have to understand too that we do have a little
Mm-hmm.
that is an only child, so requires more attention.
Yeah.
If you have siblings, then they entertain each other. But when there's only one, you are their entertainment. And Mark works a lot of days, a lot of hours, and he has to go to bed early because he has to get up early.
Mm-hmm.
And like I was saying, I don't know if you were on the live chat the other night. I was saying last month he got a total of 3 days off the entire month, and
Oh,
that's
wow.
because he took them off intentionally because he was scheduled to work them, and he called in so that we could go to the meetup in Oklahoma because there was
Okay.
no way that I could go, and
Yeah.
I couldn't drive down there, just me and my son, 12 hours. It was just shy of 12
Yeah.
hours.
Wow.
Well, that's what Amazon, that's what um the
Google Maps.
directions said,
Yeah.
but it actually took us longer than that because it said like 11 hours and 45 minutes, but it took us longer than that. But anyways, I couldn't do all of that driving in one day, knowing that he was going to be sleeping in the back seat the whole time in his booster seat. And then when
Yeah.
we got to the hotel, he was going to be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and I would be just crashing.
Exactly.
And then, to have to keep an eye on him the entire time all by myself while trying to, interact with people and such.
Yeah.
It was not going to be able to happen. And my mom couldn't do a trip that long and stuff. So Mark had to go with me, or I wouldn't have gotten to go at all. And it was very important to me to get to go. So he called in, and Mark, he is not one to do that. He usually gets all the rewards for perfect attendance. I give him gift cards and stuff, and he gets one every time. Well, he's not going to this time because,
Yeah.
but
What does he do?
he works in automotive,
Okay.
and so he does quality control in automotive stuff. So I don't want to say a whole lot more because I don't want people to be able
That's
to
fine. That's
pinpoint my area too much.
I can understand.
But
Yeah.
yeah, so I mean, they work a lot of hours and stuff, and so by the time he gets home, he has 3.5 hours before he has to be in bed so that he can get up early in the
Yeah.
morning again. And so, yeah, he gets home, but by 5 usually, but then he's got to be in bed by 8:30.
Yeah.
And so any help that I get around here has to be within that time. Well, actually until around 8 because he needs to have dinner done so that, he can be in bed. Usually around 8 is when we start eating, and then, you got 15 minutes or so to eat, and then he comes home, he takes a shower, and he goes to bed. And so he comes in the house. I say he comes home, but what I mean is because we're outside working, until
Oh,
after
yeah.
dark. So hey, fishes. And so, he comes in and he takes a shower and he goes to bed while I'm still out working and Little is still out playing and
Yep.
and this and that, and because it's still daylight outside.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so if he gets a day off, which you never know if he's going to or not, then chances are, this is Kentucky. It does rain a fair amount
Oh, yes,
of
it
time.
does.
And,
Yep.
we don't really go through drought periods except for the month of August. That's our hottest time. and it may go 2 weeks without raining, but
Oh,
usually
yeah.
have rain at least once a week or
Mhm.
every week and a half, but, so it
Not quite.
usually his day off that he does eventually get, it's usually pouring down the rain, and he can't go out and help with anything anyways. So I'm the one that starts all the seeds and, waters them until, they're ready to go in the garden and stuff. I'm the one lugging them to the garden,
Yep.
planting everything and doing everything. I mostly do the mowing and stuff around here. I can't really do the weed eating because of my neck. But sometimes I do it anyways because he just cannot get any time off of work to get it done. And so,
Oh, yeah.
I'm the one usually doing things around here. That's why it takes us forever to get a new goat paddock put together, is because we can start it. I can't pound the post, my
Yeah.
neck. I mean, I can help a little bit, but then I've got to stop, or I'm going to be down in the bed for 4 or 5 days, not able to move,
Yep.
And so, like, we'll start doing the fencing and stuff. He's got 1 day if he's lucky,
It's
and
gonna be all
it
that
will
day.
take us, 3 or 4 months just to get one
Mhm.
little paddock done. And so it takes a lot of time to accomplish things around here. And, I get frustrated because I watch, other homestead channels, and, they've got all this stuff all done nice and neat and everything. And I look down,
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
yeah, Courtney. Courtney has a video showing her orchard and
haven't seen it
all the nice wood chips, the mulch, all around them and everything. And I just got so irritated with myself because I'm like, see, I
Mhm.
can't get my orchard like that. She's got
One
it.
step
Why
at a
can't I
time.
get it? And
Mhm.
this is why.
Yeah.
It's because I can't plug the stuff. Mark doesn't get enough time out. By the time he gets off, those places are closed.
Yeah.
And it could sit there, if we got it ahead of time, it could sit there for 5 months
Oh,
before it
yeah.
actually gets put on. And, because it's me trying to do everything. Um, it's the animals
I
and
completely
the
understand.
gardening and the homeschooling and the normal house
Mhm.
stuff and the trying to build things, trying to move gardens and trying to establish gardens and trying to get the fruit
Yep.
orchard going and repairing fences and this and that. And it's pretty much all put on me.
You
And
can
so
only
I
spread
get
yourself so
really
long.
discouraged, and I watch the other channels, and I'm like, they are really getting things done. Look at them. They've got this and this and this and this done. And Mark is like, yes, but he works from home. She homeschools and,
Mhm.
helps him. So
Yep.
he doesn't have 2 hours every day, that is just wasted in vehicles. And, lunch breaks and stuff like that, they can go out and, do a little something, this and that. And they're not having to deal with mountains full of rocks,
Yeah.
you know,
Mhm.
and they're not having to deal with kudzu everywhere. And if you've been around that and stuff, then that is not
It's
easy to try to get through. A weed eater, it'll just tangle right around it,
mhm.
and stuff. So it's a pain in the butt to have to deal
Yep.
with. And so then I'm like, yeah, I know, our situation is different and we do what we can.
Yep.
But it really gets irritating to me when my orchard, the grass, is coming knee high on me
Mhm.
and I haven't had time to get down there to mow it, much less put wood chips around it.
Yeah.
Because now I also have to weed eat right close around the tree because, it's grown
Oh,
up because
yeah.
it doesn't have mulch on it. Now, I did try to buy some of those tree ring things from Lowe's, and the grass just grows right up through it too. So, I mean, that was like they're like $20 a piece. And
Oh
I
yeah.
thought, "Okay, this is gonna be great. This is going to solve my problem, and then I can just run the mower right through here and not have to get up against the tree or anything with the weed eater. This sounds great." A waste of
No.
money. But, but, I mean, and that's I'm really hard on myself when it comes to stuff like that because I want everything to be in place and look nice and stuff, but I
Yeah.
can't do it all, and I can't do it when it needs to be done. Yes, Courtney's garden is beautiful,
Yeah,
and
it is.
and so I have to try to stop comparing our homestead and our lives with other people who have different schedules and different circumstances and different land. And, like some of them, they don't homeschool their kids. Their kids go to public school. Well, then there's a difference there too because my kid is young. I have to be right there.
Yeah.
His learning is all interactive, where, say, a teenager already knows what they're supposed to do. You can just, you know, put the stuff in front of them and say, "These are the things that you're doing today." And if they already know how to do it, then you're golden.
Yeah.
You could just walk away and they're going to do it. But if it's some kind of new topic, you may have to show them, but then they've got it. And then,
Yeah.
you're on your way doing house cleaning or whatever else.
No, it's
So,
like I
I
completely
just rough on
understand.
myself and I get frustrated, and sometimes I think, "Why? Why do I do this to myself? I'm working my butt off, I'm spending all this money on animal feed and fencing and this and that when I could, uh, just not do it." You know? I could
Yeah.
go to the store and buy everything. I can buy almond milk or I can buy goat's milk from somebody else who raises them. I'm gonna
Yeah.
pay for it and I'm gonna pay a pretty penny for it,
Yeah, you will.
but I I wouldn't have to do anything around here. And
But
then reality sets in and says, "Because I'm taking care of my family."
exactly.
This is why I do it, because I'm taking care of my family.
Yep.
It may wear me out, I may get frustrated and feel overwhelmed and just exhausted
Want
and
to
this
sit
and
there and
that,
cry?
but
Yeah.
yeah, but I do it for my family.
And it's like
Yeah.
I completely understand because yeah, you have your husband's child. I'm a single mom. Yeah, I had huge plans for my garden this year, but when I had the opportunity to get this job earlier this year, I was only told, okay, you can only do 40 hours a week. Okay, but you're only going to get this much money. And the more I did, the more I was wanting the more money that I wasn't getting. And in order for me to get those incentives every weekend, um, and get over the 40 hours that I wanted, I had to be my own boss. I had to start a business and have that business under a name for me so I can get paid. I work 65 hours a week now, and over 30, about 30 to 40 of that is on the weekend. And so during the week, I mean, I work 7 days a week. I took the second off because I have to go to the doctor's. But I will
Terry,
spend what?
hold that thought, hun. Uh, Little Birdie Homestead, I am so sorry that you do not feel welcomed and that someone has been mean to you. Um,
No one's been mean to her. I've been watching.
Found all the cool kids. See ya. I see ya.
See, the thing is,
Hey, Wickershire. We
Little
have
Birdie Home said, "Your channel we haven't seen before, so we're trying to get to know you. It's not that no one like. We have nothing against you. If you have been around YouTube for a while, fine. You may have been coming to channels that under a different name, but because of a lot of things that go on behind the scenes with some of these channels that are in here in the chat, we're very cautious about new names. We're not saying we don't like you. We just need to get to know you. You're new to us. And yeah, it's good to ask questions. I mean, I advocate asking questions all the time. I mean, Google is my best friend, but I will Google everything under the sun. I
Mhm.
mean, I have over 500 bookmarks on my laptop in one folder. That's not counting all the hundreds of others I have because I Google everything. And yes, if I go to channels that have never seen me before, yeah, they'll ask me all kinds of questions, just like people are trying to get to know you. You have a new channel, you started videos this time. We're trying to get to know you like you're trying to get to know us. So don't think that we don't like you. We're just trying to get to know you. Because there are bad channels out there. There are channels that will be very sneaky about things and put that against us. So
Yeah,
we're
I
very
hadn't.
cautious.
I'm
But
trying to keep an eye on the chat, but I haven't caught anything of anybody actually being mean.
no one
I
has.
just see questions, get to know you questions. So,
Yeah,
but
no one's being
if you're
mean.
feeling that someone is being mean, and that you've not been very welcomed, I'm sorry that you feel that way. We do all like to get to know our community, though.
Billy, you're just weird. Ricochet Project. You're weird like the rest of us.
Google is
We
my
love
best
you,
friend.
but you're
It's
weird.
okay. No one likes me. Well, you ladies can talk.
I knew that was gonna pop up eventually.
just
Hey, I
just
could
in the
talk for over
community.
7 hours straight with my stepdaughter. So
I would talk to a tree if it would talk back.
but yeah, I completely understand when it comes to doing all that stuff on your own because
Mhm.
yes, 65 hours of work, 7 days a week. Most of it is on weekends and taking care of my kids, making sure I get my rest so I don't have a seizure or end up in the hospital because my body's just that burnt out. Getting yelled at by Darren because I need to get my sleep, and yeah, I don't get the sleep I need, and I can yell at myself. But yeah, I've been in that spot where you're watching other channels and you're seeing them get so far ahead and this and that. But like your husband said, they have that help. And
Mhm.
I have been in spots where I've literally sat and cried and thought to myself, I will never have the dreams I want. Never. And
I know
little by
Terry can talk.
little by little, those dreams are coming real. And it's one step ahead at a time. And that comes with videos. Take your time doing videos. When you're ready to
Mhm.
get in front of the camera, go ahead and get in front of the camera.
Right. Yeah, I think. Well, come on up here, Courtney. You can't sleep. Yeah, I think that one of the best ways to help ease the nerves and stuff about doing live
Mm-hmm.
streams and doing videos is to make friends with people and get on the
Yeah.
panel with them. And it's easier when you're up with other people and not
Yeah.
having to come up with whatever you're going to say all by yourself, especially if you're like me, low vitamin D, and your brain wants to go, what was I saying? I don't even know. So just say, yeah, and
I
say the
know
next
still
thing that
people
comes to
like
your
that.
mind.
I know.
But, yeah, uh, you just see, yeah,
Mhm.
I lost all complete train of thought right there. It happens all the time. But yeah, it's the best way. It eases nerves and stuff and makes it a little bit easier. But you know what? I still get nervous every single time that I go to a live stream. Well, not on somebody else's live stream. I'm
Yeah.
fine on their live streams because they already got people in there. I mean, when I start
Mhm.
my own, it's like, okay, when I start this up, is anybody going to be there? Is anybody
I
out
am
there?
the same way.
You know?
It's, and I'll have. There have been times I've had my notebook with questions or things I want to talk about, and it don't even get talked about. And it's like, okay, what am I going to talk about? What's up? What can I talk about this and that? Okay. And it's those quiet moments where you get so frustrated because you don't know what to talk about. And then if it wasn't for chat sometimes, I wouldn't have nothing to talk about.
Right. I really don't have anything interesting to talk about. I'm a mother and I just do
Mm-hmm.
normal mother stuff and I homeschool my kid and I take care of the animals and I do the garden and you know, I mean, unless I'm about choking to death on a junior mint because I was, you know, in a hurry and popped a junior mint in my mouth and, you know, then nothing really exciting happens around here too often. And so, you know, I might have a funny story every once in a while, but usually it's just normal stuff. So, you know, when I come on here, I don't have a planned out thing on what I'm going to talk about most of the time. And, uh, yeah, it's just you're hoping that
You wing
people
it.
in the chat will interact and that somebody will come up on the panel and you can chit chat and who knows where it's going to lead from there. I haven't heard of a junior mint in years. I have diabetes. Oh.
I have a friend up in Maine. She is addicted to junior mints.
Oh, I am too. And I am convinced that mosquitoes will stay away from you if you eat one of the small boxes of junior mints every day. I mean, it did for me. It did for me. Mark and I, when we lived up north, I was addicted to junior mints, and I would get just the normal size box, not the king size box. And I would eat a box of those every day, kid you not. We would go and walks in parks and stuff like that, and he would just be getting eaten alive with mosquitoes. I mean, dancing, smacking them around and stuff. I would be standing right beside of him, and nothing. They did not bother me at all. And they say that mint keeps mosquitoes and stuff away. Well, I'm sure that I ate so many of them that the mint smell was just pouring out from me.
It don't work. I tried it.
Oh, it did for me. Maybe it's just your body chemistry.
I'm a target. I can go out to the mailbox and backwards like 20 feet from my front door and have 4 or 5 mosquito bites on me. And they get the same target every time. I go out to I go out to my chicken coop and oh my gosh, I have mosquitoes all over my legs. And yes, I complain about getting bit all the time. But
it's a joy blessed life. Well, I'm excited to go hang out with you at Dollywood, Kim. I am excited to hang out with you there too, Joy. And I seen Dustin saying down there, well, we should all go to Dollywood. Sure, come on. You all aren't that far away either, are you?
I don't drive right now. I'm trying to get my license. I gotta wait till next month to see my neurologist to see if I'm allowed to get my license.
Yeah, Fishes, yes, Dollywood.
I would love to go to Dollywood. That would be awesome.
I grew up going to Dollywood. You know, it used to be called Silver Dollar City, and then Dolly Parton bought it out, and it became Dollywood. But I'll go. It's 45 minutes from me. See, there's Wickershire right there. See, we can have a small little YouTube meetup right in Dollywood. What's Dollywood? Actually, it is an amusement park. It is not like your Cedar Point or Kings Island or something like that. It's more geared around family with smaller kids. They did put in a couple of big coasters that small kids cannot ride, but the majority of it is family friendly, and you know, they have lots of shows and stuff, and they have at Christmas time a million lights and stuff. And we got Courtney in the basement. Hey, Courtney.
Hey, there's trouble.
And they have like, I think it's August is their Kid Fest time, and it's just crazy. I'm sure you can go to Joy Blessed channel, Joy Blessed Life. She has videos of Dollywood on there, and you can check it out. There are a lot of coasters at Dollywood.
I've been to Dollywood. It's pretty
You know,
cool.
And Dustin,
My favorite one is the Blazing Fury and will always be the Blazing Fury. It is the funnest little roller coaster ever.
Dustin, if you were to get a tattoo of Dolly on your butt, that would be a weird looking tattoo because there's only so much little of Dolly because other things are so big.
Hey Darren, they forge there. They
Yeah.
make soap. They forge. They do the glass blow. What was it? You know, they make glass stuff.
Yeah. Like the paperweights and stuff like that.
Vases and bottles and
The glass
vases.
works.
Vases. What up, Courtney?
Oh, I didn't realize that my name was Dustin. Give me a second. I actually forget how to change it in StreamYard. Oh, there we
go. But yeah, glass
okay,
blowing.
Darren,
there you go, Wickershire.
I'll hold you to it, Darren.
It's a fun place to go, and they have all kinds of different shows and stuff. You can buy tickets to hear different bands and so. It's really cool.
When my mom was alive up in Jersey, they call it Wheaton Village, and they had this whole setup with this old time shops of making things out of the glass blowing, and they had a whole huge glass factory in town, and they had like the old making pottery, making jewelry from beads. They had this old time general store which I would go in, and they always had old time candy, and but my mom, she went there, and you were able to make your own paperweight, and so eventually my mom volunteered there, and I would go every Monday with my mom, and she would go down, and it got to where like if my mom was talk, because my mom would talk while the glass blowers were making stuff, and every now and then a kid would ask, well, what about this, how do they do that, and I'd be able to tell them. It's like if you get a paperweight and it's got the fuzzy bubbles in it, it's like the clouded bubbles, the mold they use, it's got indentations all the way around it, and to get the fuzzy bubbles, they put baking soda in that and coat it, and then they put the glass in that, and then they dip it.
Is my husband still? Oh yeah, he is.
Then they dip it in the molten glass again to coat it, and that's how you get the fuzzy bubbles.
That's really interesting, City Girl.
Oh, are you kidding? My mom, the furnace they had to melt the glass, it was fired by gas. It was heated up by gas, and it had this huge roar. And it didn't matter how stressed out I was when I was pregnant with Amanda. I could be like totally stressed out. My whole body was just stiff and sore. And we'd walk in that building through the back door, and I'd hear that furnace going, and I would immediately relax. In between their demonstrations, I'd go up in the benches and I'd go to sleep listening to that furnace. And they actually, one of the girls that volunteered there, and they have artisans all the time that volunteer there.
Hi, Tim.
They had, by the one room they had for when they would go on breaks, one of them put a chaise lounge for me. So I would have somewhere to go when people were up in the stands watching them make paperweights and stuff like that.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, because I hear the fan in my headset, so I just want to make sure that you guys can hear me okay. It's like weird.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if my speakers are loud, but I might need to turn it down a little because I could hear you extremely good. Oh yeah, no wonder I've got it up on 61.
Carol, she didn't do the glass blowing. If she did any paperweights that had bubbles in it, yeah, she would do it, because what it is these glass tube, metal rods. They're tubes, and in order to get the bubbles in the paperweights, you'd have to get the molten glass on the end, roll it out to where it had a shape to it, like a cone shape, and you'd have to blow air into the end of that and tip it up, and you'd have to wait for that to go up there, because the heat of the molten glass, it would expand that, and that's how it would get the like single bubbles in it. It was actually really cool how it's done. My mom, um, she made what, glass icicles, and she, one day when all the artisans were on lunch, she let me do it, and I was able to make my own paperweight with my mom's help, and I didn't have to pay for it, which was really cool. Um, but I mean, watching these artisans make things out of glass, it's like one of them would do what was called the Wheaton Rose, and his paperweights would sell for 500, 600 to a few thousand a piece, because he was that good. And it's seeing things like that, and seeing people do the forging like Darren and other forgers, and seeing all these different artisans on YouTube, it's so cool to watch, because I know what they're doing. I watch it all the time, and it's cool just to see it. Yes, Darren did his first live forging, which is really cool, because so many people were complimenting him. It was cool to watch it live.
Yeah, he says, Dustin, I can bring the heat. Yeah. You have your own forge. You can bring the heat.
Bye, babe. Love you.
Aw, good night, babe.
Night,
She loves you.
Dustin.
Is he still at work?
Yeah, he's still at work. He's
Carol.
yeah.
Yeah, when Mark goes to work every day, I say the same thing to him. And now, if I don't say it even in the right order, then I say it again in the right order, because now it's kind of like, I'm not superstitious. Black cat runs across me. It's just lucky it didn't get hit.
Yeah.
That's all I think about it. But I do kind of like the sayings and stuff, some of them like, which hand is itching? Is that the money hand or whatever? But
Left hand.
I figure now I've said it for so many years that I better not say it, Bye, baby, love you. Be careful and have a good day. That's what I say to him every time he goes to work.
Aw.
And so yeah, that's what I said. You said babe, and so I said, bye, babe. Courtney loves you. She loves you.
But it's like watching little things, little crafters, and seeing people do leather work. It's really cool to watch. I've watched people make jewelry out of glass and different things, and making ceramics from scratch, where they're actually making the clay and all that. And it fascinates the crap out of me. I love making homemade soap. I love making homemade candles.
I've never made homemade soap. I've always wanted to do it.
Oh, really? Oh,
I've been doing the
hold down the fort for
years,
a second. That Mountain Dew is taking effect.
But yeah, I'm gonna get back into making soaps again this year, and I want to learn how to do lotions because of Amanda's hands. I buy lotions that are moisturizing lotion, and it just doesn't help her hands because she washes her hands so much. But I'm gonna be talking to a friend of mine that makes homemade lotions, because people in her family get eczema real bad. And this way, if it can help her, then good. And it's like, I do the powdered laundry soap.
I'm growing calendula for the first time this year.
Mine didn't grow this year. It got eaten by squirrels.
Oh.
They thought it was something else and dug it up because they wanted to plant nuts in the ground where my calendula was growing. So yeah, squirrels are not my friends right now. I could strangle them. But I do have more seeds, and I'm gonna save them for another time. In this way, I mean, I got tons of seeds for other stuff. Oh my god, I've got a gallon
I
bag.
wanted to actually make calendula salve, but I don't even know if I'll have enough of it this year. I don't know. We'll see.
Do it in a small jar. Use a
Yeah.
pint jar or a half pint jar. Make a little batch and see how you like it. That's how I would do it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I mean, I mean, I have what broccoli that I powdered up. I'm gonna put that into drinks because yeah, I need to lose weight, and I'm going to my doctor's this Friday. Coming next Friday to talk to her about different things I can do for my weight, and Darren, no, doesn't surprise me one bit. But I want to get into having more things that I can have on hand to help me lose my weight because 190 pounds is not good for me. My family has heart issues in the family, diabetes in the family, and I need to get better at my health. I need to get away from the candy and the junk food I eat. Um, Jerky, even though it is really good and it does help with my potassium. Um, but yeah, getting into doing things more here. That I mean, when I lived up in Jersey, I used to make homemade soap quite a bit, where we didn't have to buy soap from the store for like 8 months. I had plenty. And I had candles when we had storms come through. We lost power, and I put them throughout the house, and we had light. So it's having that stuff and being able to do it and have it on hand again. I really want to do that. So what's something besides you want to learn how to make soap and salve that you haven't done yet?
I'm sorry, what did you say? I couldn't hear you.
What is some stuff that you want to do that you haven't done before? Like
Well, I
making.
want to make soap. I want to make the calendula salve. Those are things that like I haven't done before, so I definitely want to do the calendula salve because my son has eczema. So
I haven't tried it. I want to try doing that, but I mean I've done the oatmeal honey soap and that works. That helps a lot with the eczema. But I want to do it with some aloe in it and see how that helps. Like with the lotion, I know the aloe lotion helps her hands a lot. Because she'll wash her hands 30, 40, 50 times a day, easy. A busy day is her in there in the bathroom 30 times washing her hands. And just trying to get her to back off of that. It's been challenging, but she is getting better.
yeah.
But I mean, little things here and there. She wants to do more things with me, so we're working on that, like the gardening. She's never been interested in the gardening. Yeah, she likes seeing it. She'll eat stuff from it, but actually go out and plant things and be willing to be out there with the bugs and the heat and sweat and get her hands dirty is really surprising because she's never wanted to do that ever. Hey Warren, how are you? And it's like I tell my kids, don't ever give up on your things. You can do things no matter how small it is. And yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm
it's
just having a hard time hearing you because I can hear my fan in my headset and it's going wow.
what ceiling fan?
Yeah.
I have one over here. I had to have my son turn it off because I could hear it um in my headset. I will be doing some oatmeal soap, Darren, probably next month. I just gotta get get the things I need for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got the oatmeal and the honey. It's raw honey, and it's from a farm that's maybe 15, 20 minutes from here.
Hey, Warren
So
Lewis, I see you in here.
So I'll be using some of that.
Warren Lewis in the
And I know Darren will say do a video, so I will.
Mm-hmm.
I will. Because it does. I mean, the year I started making soap, my daughter was getting eczema on the palm of her hands. And it started out as bubbles, liquid filled bubbles all over the palms of her hands. And her dad texted me at work and said, "You need to find out what we can put on this. She's getting these weird bubbles on her hands." And I had him send me some pictures. And I went to a pharmacy and they had just closed. I said, "I've got questions. It's about my daughter. I need your help." And the pharmacist talked to me. And they told me what creams I can put on it and like over the counter stuff. But a couple days later, we went to the doctor and they gave her a prescription and it didn't even help. So I made some through YouTube and talking to some friends. I did oatmeal soap, oatmeal honey soap, and it helped her hands tremendously. Yeah. Her hands.
See, I want to make soap, but I'm scared of lye.
Vinegar. Keep vinegar on hand. If you get lye water splashed on you, pour vinegar on it and it stabilizes it. I always have it on hand when I do soap.
I was sorry it took so long. I was trying to find my soap I was going to show y'all. And apparently I'm all out except for this one. It's pink and white. This is a heat and pour though.
Okay.
But it smells good.
I love homemade soap. I need to get some patchouli oil. I love the smell of patchouli. Oh my gosh.
That's cool.
So good.
Okay, this top part is goat's milk, and this is just the clear melt and pour.
Okay.
But yeah, I love the the Love Spell by Victoria's Secret. I think that is actually one of my favorites, and the Fierce by Abercrombie. Sorry,
The chat is going by so fast.
But oh man, it smells so good. But I don't have any more of those, so I'm gonna have to make some. I haven't made soap in a long time. That's why I didn't even realize I was about out.
It's actually really easy. It's just depending on the process you do. One process you have to wait 4 to 6 weeks for it to cure, for the lye to cure out of it, and then the other way, just a couple weeks and you can use it. I'd rather have the 4 to 6 weeks and wait.
Yeah, you do have to wait on them, and sometimes you end up with ash on them, and you have to, wipe that off.
You can take vinegar in a spray bottle, spray it on there, and wipe it down, and it'll take the ash away.
Give her those stinkers. What in the world, or what did I miss?
Billy is saying that Courtney's headphones are her princess.
That's what I'm laughing about.
Are big enough to detect sounds from the far galaxy. You can pick up Carrie's mousy voice. Yeah, you see that cover? It looks like the hair curls.
Whoa.
I need to get me some good headphones. I keep buying these earbuds with mics in them, and they're cheap and they tear up quick.
Yeah. My good ones I use for work, and after wearing them for 8 hours, 12 hours a day, I enjoy having my earbuds.
Yeah. I was looking at some at Walmart the other day and I was like, holy cow. I am not paying that much money for some headphones.
Yeah.
They'll have to go on the wish list.
These are Razer headphones. I got them from Walmart. It's like I got my mouse that lights up and it changes colors. It's a Razer mouse. The keyboard is a Razer keyboard. It changes colors. And my headset. That's over $70 for that. But because it's noise canceling and they're so big, my ears fit right inside, so they're not squishing my ears. But wearing them, I have to take a break every now and then. I love them, but
$20 super chat from Mobang for your bucks, Mr. Tim over there.
Nice.
Love the
Thank you,
shirt,
Mobang.
Tim. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mobang. And you are welcome. And I loved the live stream where you were wearing it. Thank you so much. I love wearing everybody's shirt. Anyone who has their homesteading shirt or channel shirt or whatever, if you want to send me one, I will proudly display it for you.
I need to buy there's some that I want to get. There's some shirts I want to get that different homesteading channels have.
Gosh, man, I just can't hear anything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And yes,
Carrie is going out a little bit.
That shouldn't be. Is that
It
better?
could be my internet. It just happens ever so often when you talk. It doesn't do it constantly.
It might be my earbuds.
LOL,
too.
what?
And Carol, yes, it is easy to make soap. It's not going to blow up. You just got to do it right.
It can volcano. If you're doing...
It can... If you're doing hot press, it can mushroom, yes. It can.
Yeah.
It can overflow. But as far as like blow up, boom, no. It can make a mess, but yeah. It's actually
welcome.
It's like pressure canning. Once you get used to it, you're okay.
Welcome in, Warren, and you got your shirt. Good.
Hello, Lucian.
Good.
Lucian 530. Lucian.
Hey, Trouble.
Oh my gosh.
Carol.
It's fishes.
I had to check my pink Princess Leia things to see.
I love them.
She's in her outer space.
Yours lights up. That is so cool.
I know.
Both of ours do.
Up?
Courtney's light up.
Yep, mine do too.
On the side.
Yeah, we both have them.
Oh, they're on the side.
She has. She flips this up. She has a cooler microphone that she was given, like a more professional one. Because you could get these, Kim. Just go on Amazon and look around for what you want, and just try and look for the ones.
What's the name of them?
Well,
I know, Billy.
I don't remember what the name.
Hold on, mine say it on the side.
Thank you. I think mine do too.
Nivea, Nivada.
Okay, one more time.
Oh, it's Nivava.
All righty.
Look on the screen. Carol's got it right there.
I got it. Thank you.
I was washing my hair before this, so I have hair wash after putting these on. My hair's still damp. Thank you.
I'm as clear on mine today.
Going south, Darren? Because Carol's up here now.
What?
Darren said, "Dang, things are going south."
Probably. Thanks, Darren. He's the one who's made some interesting comments down there that I've had to bite my tongue.
It's been south, Darren. The whole the channel name is North and South. Hello, I'm Sal.
Yay! I found that. Did I message you, Court, and tell you I found the lip stuff that my son ate tonight?
Yeah.
It's like a $20 thing. It's ridiculous. It was like a treat to myself one day at Sephora, and it was like $20 there. And you put it on at night. And just, I don't know. It's like a lip mask. It's just a
The
treat.
hearing thing was me. I hit my
What did you
cord,
do?
my splitter here, and now I can hear everybody.
I've done that. I've sat here with these
Alrighty.
on. I've sat here with these on and the computer playing late at night without plugging it in.
Oh wow.
Like, what's going? Oh, see, that's why I think things will blow up when you make soap. But anyway, my daughter saw them tonight when we went to TJ Maxx. That was our first time we've been out in a year to our two like favorite, Ulta and TJ Maxx. Ulta, you can't touch anything, nothing, unless you're going to just pick it up and buy it.
Really?
Yeah. You can't touch any. They'll maybe put something in, like Sephora does. We're having Kim. We lost her. They'll maybe put it in a sample, but no, they won't let you touch the samples. They have a sign up and they watch you like a hawk, and they have things taped. It was such a bummer. So sad. 25 Shire. What is it? Billy, what are you talking about?
I have no idea.
Oh, maybe because you figured out it was you.
Yeah.
Yeah. My finger's itching. What? Oh, but I'm holding. Yeah, save it for. Did you guys have people come in before I came in? Is that what I saw? Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah. That little bird Homestead, she's new. I've never seen her before.
I know. That's what I told her too. Yeah, that I hadn't seen her before.
Hi, little birdie.
Yep. She said she didn't receive like too much of a warm welcome, but then she said it was like community wide. I said it's because you don't have anybody subscribed to your channel and you just joined like on the 26th of June. So, yeah, the community will look at that strangely until you start to make maybe your own videos or you hang out a little bit more. They just have to make sure you're trustworthy.
Yeah.
That's all. Only thing I forgot was Haagen-Dazs ice cream to replace what I ate. Every time
Little Bird is a guy. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he said it was a guy.
Oh, I missed that
No,
part. I'm so sorry, little bird.
Mm-hmm.
So very sorry.
The joys of being a mom of a teenager.
My internet crashed.
Is that what happened? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to type in there, give it a minute to come back on, and then my screen just went away.
Oh no. Oh no. I had that happen today. The Wi-Fi went out today. It went yeah, I was watching a live and all of a sudden it just crashed. I was like, what happened?
I have no good look. I swear my internet is when I hear that someone's Wi-Fi or their internet goes out, the next day mine does.
Oh. Ours is from the storms down here.
I trust you, Billy. That's why I made you a mod on my channel, because I trust you.
I'm a guy like
You and your middle fingers.
Oh, I like I read that so
like
wrong.
whales
I'm a
and
guy
nachos.
like whales and nachos. I missed the I in there, little bird. I'm like, how are guys and nachos all guys? I don't how are whales and nachos? Okay.
What I missed?
It wasn't. It was a Carol moment.
Oh,
Just had
those
a
are
brain fart. I can get lost in my own brain.
Me too.
Theron calls me my own best friend. I was when I laugh at my own jokes that he doesn't get. It's you're your own best friend, aren't you? I'm like, hey.
Dude,
Yeah.
there's a mosquito or something in here. It's driving me nuts. I have like this
I was
cortisone
wondering
relief
what-
gel, and I keep rubbing it all over me. It's driving me crazy.
Oh my gosh. Last night, well, it wasn't last night. It was early this morning. I was so hungry, and I knew I had leftover steak, and I'm like, I'm just making a leftover steak sandwich. That's it, with some melted cheese. Darn little palmetto bug just walks out from underneath my fridge. I'm like, I'm gonna kill you, and I'm still gonna go make my sandwich because I'm hungry. You're not gonna freak me out to where I'm not gonna eat. Maybe in my 20s, little guy, but no. I'm hungry.
Look in that bin there. The blue one.
Darren, you've seen it. He's so mean, like an older brother. He's like picks on me. Like a scab. Thanks, Darren. Scab picker. Oh, wait, then that would make me a scab.
When he stops picking on you, that's when you worry.
Oh, yeah, then he doesn't care for you.
What, you think I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
it takes a while, little birdie. You got to still build up your channel. And build up your presence in the community.
I think I've seen you before in Chud Wars or something. Chat, maybe a while back. I don't know.
Well, it wasn't that far back because the channel just came to be on the 26th of this month.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. So that could be why, too. Viper. Clever Viper. That's right. Could go to Lowe's. Oh my gosh. That's perfect. Yeah. So what have you been up to today, Pam?
I'll take off the sandwich. Sandwich still good. Just working my butt off. That's all I do. I did have to take a break from the garden today, though.
Yeah.
And clean the pool, the big pool.
Yeah.
Because
a lot.
I don't know what happened. It started to turn green, and I put the algae stuff in it, and it didn't take care of it. And usually it does. And so I said, oh, man, I'm going to have to get that pool vacuum out. So there I was vacuuming the pool.
That's a lot.
It was like 9:07 when I told Little, we got to get in the house because I got to get ready for the live stream.
Okay.
Hey, Court, check private chat. Yeah, but that... Excuse me. Sorry, I keep choking up. I'm not drinking enough. Yeah, my voice, I just didn't drink enough. But, yeah, it was a little break today having to do the pool, something other than garden work.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even want to go out there with the dead rat that was like 2 steps right out the door. My poor daughter's the one who found. She always finds the dead rats because we have those like Tomcat boxes, and this time this one was like, I don't know if it'll transfer, but yeah, like shoulder wide.
Wow.
Yeah, he was a biggie. It was they're canal rats when they're that big. They're disgusting. But I've been hearing something at night outside of this window here, and I'm like, is that a possum? Every time I go out to investigate, it's gone. I'm like, I would think I would see a possum usually or hear it move more. And then when I saw it, I'm like, it could have been that bugger. He's big. Could have been him. Because he could have climbed up and hit one of these trees that I have against the hurricane shutters. Because my husband likes to keep them up in the back because they're such a pain to put up during hurricane season. And he hasn't taken them down, I don't think, even in 2020. I think if we didn't live in an HOA, we would be that house. No, he's not that bad, but just the hurricane shutters. They're just so heavy and they're dangerous because they're sharp on the edges as you put them up.
I think that every house should have like a secret compartment along the edge of their house all the way around.
Ooh.
Christmas lights. Plug in. They just magically pop back under there.
I like
when
that.
Christmas is over. You know,
that could be a business.
Drop it down, slide it up. bing, Christmas lights fall down into place, plug them in, you're good to go.
That'd be a
like
cool
that.
idea.
Yeah, that's really cool.
I like to decorate for Christmas, but sheesh, that stuff is a lot of work, and I would imagine that putting those hurricane windows and stuff up every year would be a lot of work also.
Oh my goodness, sorry. Old lady moment. Oh. It's these chairs. Courtney and I both. Did you get a new chair yet?
No,
Oh, these chairs that we sit on.
I'm still in my $20 Walmart chair here, and then the other chair that I have in here cuts off my circulation to my legs.
This one cuts off my circulation to my right hip, so I really look like when I stand up, I look like an old lady.
I'm
That's
on my
what-
love seat. I can recline.
I'm in the recliner.
I could do that, but
most
yeah.
comfortable.
Yeah, I can do that, but it's just a pain to get to the plug. I'd like to thank the, people who built my house. All the plugs are just everywhere but where I need them.
Isn't that how it goes?
Plug on each wall.
I don't know how they did it, but
1, 2, 3, 4. None on that one. There's 4 in my daughter's room, 4 in my son's room. 1, 2, 4 in the kitchen.
little birdie, we all
Not
know
yet.
each other for a while. It's okay. You'll get the vibe of this group.
We're all just very
Yeah.
comfortable with each other.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We pick
And
on
we
each
tease.
other all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Tease each other. When
Yep.
we stop picking and teasing each other, that's when each other needs to worry.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's
Because then
true.
you know something's wrong.
I tell you what, when Mark has a day off and I'm doing a live stream, I go in the bedroom so that he and Little can have the living room and the TV and stuff, to make whatever noise they're going to make. And I take one of our kitchen chairs in there, and it's padded, but I am miserable the entire time, and I'm
Yeah,
fidgeting and moving and
I'm doing.
trying to get comfortable in that chair. But,
I'm like turning halfway into the greater space. Let me
yeah.
let me fix the light. Wait a minute. I need it to come up a different way. I just need a spot. I need to maybe redo our little one-car garage. I know. I put out a video.
Yeah.
Can you believe it about my dog?
Yeah.
That dog is so cute. Oh my gosh. That dog is adorable.
The thing on her that the short got the most hits of anything I put out. So I'm like, fine, I'll put out a video and see what happens. And I'm still
She's
waiting.
adorable.
Thank
All right,
you.
ladies, on the count of 3, do your favorite move. Mo Bang says y'all need to stretch exercise every hour. Y'all been on live for a while. Go. 1, 2, 3.
Oh,
Okay.
How's that?
I think something popped.
Oh,
I exercised. I got up and went pee. So I exercised. I can't bend over like that.
pulled every
No.
muscle out of whack. Thanks, Tim.
Good idea. Oh. Gosh. Okay, there we go.
Mobang, that is carrot. We're suspicious. That's A fishes and loaves.
Oh yeah, I didn't fix my name. Sorry.
Oh,
We had been. It might have been. I think I broke the chair. Nothing on me yet. Thank you.
Broke the chair.
Yeah.
Well, now you have an excuse to get a new one.
Actually, these are my mother's
Aren't they
chairs. I'll be in trouble.
Oh.
Even at my age, I still fear that. She might not even remember they're her chairs when she comes out, but she does usually. That's when it's her stuff. That's when the memory kicks in. Oh, that was mine, wasn't it?
Stinking YouTube. Listen here, I just watched your video today.
Hold on.
And I'm unsubscribed now.
I got her.
I was not farting, Viper.
Stinking YouTube.
farting.
That
I'll let you know. Just a moment, farting. And I'll mute myself. Pardon me.
really ticks me off.
I didn't fart. That was my chair, but okay.
Yeah. I gotta put up with Darren's teasing more because
there you go, little birdie. You're fitting in already. You were farting. I heard it. See? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Picking on Carol.
There you go. I do all that work to get to her link.
I love you.
Already got it in there.
Thank you.
I got a link.
Thank you, Jerry.
You're welcome.
That was close. I mean, that was quick. See, it's that time of night where different words.
Sometimes to get to YouTube to work, so I can see other channels.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And especially like if I'm trying to find it on my phone, it takes me a while, and then somebody like usually Ginger will go boop and have it right before me.
Darren's quick at that too.
Yeah, Darren is too.
My next live, I gotta mod him on my channel for my next live.
What?
Who was it? Somebody's live stream that I was on. It might have been Courtney's. Were you doing a watch and grow where you had the channels already written in the description?
A what?
Like a watch and grow.
What's a watch and grow?
It's
live stream, it has the channels already.
Yeah, I do a Media Monday.
Do. Yeah, Media Monday. You call it Media Monday. Yes. Was it you that had the channels that you were going to shout out there and show already in the description there? They're linked. Yeah. See, that is very smart because any of the mods, they could just go over and copy it and paste it right in there. Don't have to go to all the different channels trying to find the links and stuff.
Yeah.
When I seen that, I thought, now that is smart because that really helps out all the mods too.
She also puts
people could just go click it themselves, but during the stream, they could just copy and paste it in there.
I haven't done that. But
no, she's got us. Go ahead, Courtney. I think
no, it's okay.
I think she means you mean the little you can see like the logos and the channel names underneath Courtney's page.
Yeah.
That is the Poop Troop. Those are her members.
Okay, no, so it must not have been Courtney then. It was somebody that I was watching, and in the description, when you're doing the description, everything has my mailing address on mine already pre-put in there, and you can add anything to it. Mm-hmm. So whoever it was that I was watching, they had already pre-selected the channels that they were going to shout out that day. And they put it in that section so that when they started their stream, it was already there. All the channel links was already there with their name above it. And so people could just either click on that in the description part, or the mods could just go ahead and copy it and paste it into the chat. And they didn't have to go, searching for the channels. And I thought that was really clever.
I had no idea, Witcher Project, that you were that into the Poop Troop that you wanted a headband.
That would be pretty awesome. I could see that. You've got to do the wax on, wax off, wax on. Of course, it would be kind of like a 2-year-old, though, if it's poop. Paint it on, paint it on. Paint it on some more. Sorry, Kim. I'll leave that for the other channel.
Haven't been to one in years. Well, welcome, Whispers. Grabbing someone's bra to put into the freezer. Uh-oh. Oh, goodness. Have a great night, Warren. Thanks for stopping in.
Night, Warren. What are you doing, child?
Whisper, somebody who comes over to your channel a lot? Is Whispers one of the people that come into your lives a lot?
Me? No. Yes. Oh, I was gonna say.
I meant Kim.
Yeah, she works night shift and has a homesteading channel too, but doesn't post on it very often.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second, you guys. I'll be right back.
All right, kiddo.
I've seen her name other places. I just can't remember where I've seen them.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
It's one of those
I just
names that
had-
you don't forget because it's different.
Mm-hmm.
But very hard to find on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very hard to find.
It's like Time to Shine. She changed her name because she was in a stream that me and Darren were in, and I forget who else, but we were trying to find different ways for her to change her name that would stand out. Because you couldn't find her name.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Best Life. Same thing there.
Yeah, that one.
If you
Ginger
do
Ninja
not,
too.
right, if you do not
Hold on
spell
one
it just right,
Yeah.
then it will not come up. I mean, you'll have 10 million choices, but it will not be his.
It will not be his channel. No.
Yeah, and Fishes is right. Ginger Ninja, same thing.
Yeah.
You better know her little icon there, or you're never gonna find her.
I think my neck just did something I shouldn't have done when I just did that. I just heard a lot of cracking when I like looked up the way I was looking up and pulling back my hair. I haven't heard that before. That's usually where my headaches originate from.
Whisper says, I was just thinking about posting on my Homestead channel again while I'm mowing weeds taller than I am with Weed Eater.
A lot of people are saying that.
That sounds about like me too.
I've had Johnson grass get 7 foot tall, and I'm cutting it down with a Weed Eater.
Little birdie, I don't think so. I don't think you did. I didn't see anything that would have offended anyone.
Go wash your hands, child. I did.
Oh. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought. She was like, wait, what kind of chat is this? It's just a goofy kind of chat where we all actually either garden or homestead, pretty much.
And just hanging out.
And just hanging out. Just like you would hang out and have a movie night at a friend's house. It's cash.
Darren, you say you're supposed to be doing a video all the time.
He's isn't he? He's always doing videos. What is that? Did he get a thing to hold his camera above? Like, how did he?
It's a tripod.
But is it for his phone? Because I've seen him for the phone.
He has a thing as a clip to hold the phone in.
That's cool.
So the phone's facing down, and he can record and do all that stuff up above.
That's way cool.
I've seen those.
A different thing for mine. It's like I was sent this tripod.
Yeah.
TJ Miller, and I wrapped the legs around the other tripod because
good idea.
Because the clip I have for this won't attach to that. I gotta get a different one.
I need like a higher tripod, I think. But
me too. Mine's too short.
Yeah, I have the one like Terry had for like holding. If your video, what do you call that? What you do, vlogging, like vlogging. Around. Yeah, like what Terry has. But for vlogging, I have that. But I can't really put it on a table outside because I don't want it.
Little Birdie Homestead is like cracking me up here.
Yeah.
I have a fly in here. Get away, fly.
Stop swatting at me, Kim.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's because Whispers from the Dark just came in. Yes, Whispers from the Dark. Little Birdie is a male. And he likes whales and nachos.
Nachos.
That was when I got confused because I thought he said, guy, whales, and nachos. And I'm like, how are nachos men? I didn't know they chose a sex, but okay. And then I realized I dropped the letter I.
I'm considering attaching my tripod to a ladder.
Right? That would be cool. They do that for shots. Yeah, they do that.
No, Darren, I'm not going to put him on camera. He's being his typical smart-ass 14-year-old self. He's doing things in his room, patching holes and caulking gaps, and I don't want to know anymore. And now he's got oil or God knows what it is, and I told him use Dawn. Oh, I can't use that, so he's going to clean his hands with Dawn and baking soda.
Oh,
Doritos and nacho cheese sounds good right now.
14-year-old.
I've had crab meat nachos before.
I need wine or rum. That's what I need.
Yeah.
My wine is gone.
I need some spiced rum would be nice.
I buy the big cans of the nacho cheese, and then I recan it into the
Smaller?
small little jars. And
Smart.
oh man,
I used to
My
love
friend
those.
Bob,
Can't
my
eat them
friend-
anymore.
my friend Bob from Gilsville.
I used to love that with just a little bit of the jalapenos, like the juice, and you mix it in, and it's like the nachos you would get at the movie theater.
It sounds good right now.
Good.
Who said that about the nachos? Because that was you. You said
That was
now my mind is not going to stop.
Nachos. I don't get it.
That was the nachos.
Nacho.
Nacho.
But
a
shellfish.
That's pretty cheesy.
Billy,
I love me some.
website.
That's when I would.
Peters. I love me some crab and some shrimp and.
Oh no, that sounds good too, but not right now.
Oh my god, yes. I like getting salmon and put it in my air fryer. I'll make lemon garlic butter and put it on top of that and put breadcrumbs, and oh my gosh, is it so good.
The only way I like salmon is either made like you would do like a tuna fish sandwich, but it doesn't really work the same.
Yeah, they have to eat a ton of krill a day.
And I like salmon patties, but I don't really care for salmon any other way. But now I love fish. You know, I love it fried and baked and all that kind of stuff. But I just not
salmon
a big fan
with
of salmon.
soy. Salmon with soy and honey is good. Salmon with soy and honey on the grill is good. If you do it that way.
I'll get a lemon puree in my chopper, mix some garlic in there, and some pepper and some Italian seasoning, and I'll put that on the salmon before I put it in the air fryer.
I've done that. That's good too.
So good.
That's good too.
Barbecued pulled pork.
But my doctor's going to tell me to eat more fish, and she's going to tell me to start going walking 3 times a week or 4 times a week. I can do the fish, and I can eat the mixed nuts.
They have to be, they have to be raw mixed nuts, right? Yeah, they have to be raw. They're just not doing anything good for your body.
Little Birdie Homestead says, I can repeat the presidents forward and backward.
That's impressive.
Yeah, kind of, but I don't know why you would want to. Ain't many of them worth much of nothing.
What the heck?
That's a great memory. How old are you, little birdie? That you remember that.
Well, I was thinking
that would be...
I learned it in grade school, and as soon as I was out of grade school, I unlearned it.
That's what I was thinking too. I was like...
Completely forgot.
45 and you still... That's amazing that you still remember all that. Unless you just like are a history buff. I know some guys that just really like history.
Yeah. Mark is a history buff, but I doubt that he can remember all of them.
I don't think my husband could either.
Darren, I got a quick question for you. What can my son use on his hands to take silicone off of his hands?
What's he been doing with silicone?
Acetone?
I don't have
like nail polish
remover. No, last time I had that, he played with it outside. Yeah.
Night Star Beauty in the house. Hello, dear. Welcome in.
My son is hitting
bang.
nerve tonight.
Night Star Beauty in the house.
Shame I got no moonshine tonight.
I know.
Out of it right now.
I know, Mo Bang. I am getting very hungry talking about nachos and
oh, sorry, little birdie.
Fish and stuff. And you know what I'll probably eat when we get off of here? Stinking pizza rolls.
Sounds good. I'm not eating carbs.
Doing so good with that. I ate 2 pieces of pizza tonight that were not gluten-free because they wouldn't give me the kind of gluten-free pizza I wanted. They're like, no, we can't do that. And then I realized, oh yeah, because white sauce has flour in it. Do you think they could say that? Our white sauce has flour in it, so we can't do that on a gluten-free pizza, ma'am. No, they just kept telling the guy, we don't do that. I'm like, I just ordered it like last time. What? And then I'm the one who figures it out on my own. I'm like, wait a minute, it's a white sauce. Oh my gosh, I ate flour last time. It's not like I'm allergic to it. It just makes me more achy. That's all. What?
There's trouble. Did you hear my question, Darren?
No, I didn't hear your question.
What can Antonio use on his hands to help get silicone off of his hands?
Alcohol.
I don't have.
You don't have any alcohol at all? Rubbing alcohol?
Yeah, rubbing alcohol.
Where is it? You had it last. Look in your room on the stool.
Jerkins.
Bob's not here.
Yeah, Bob's not here.
Viper was. Viper keeps it by his, his computer.
Carol,
Here
look
is
behind
my
Darren.
overhead tripod.
Carol.
Wow, nice.
I have one of them.
I think I've seen
So
that.
it's
pretty cool.
basically a mic stand.
Yes.
with
I
a
like
camera
it.
there.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, it is a mic stand. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I have the same stand. Just
Cool.
get it through his.
I feel
just
that.
Get it through his Amazon link.
Is Nightbot running?
No. I don't have Nightbot.
You need to have Nightbot.
What was that noise?
Nightbot. It hates me.
Boop, 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 boop. Was it me?
The buzzing sound,
Yeah.
it's something coming from Terry. It's been doing it the whole time.
Oh, okay.
It might be her fan.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
No, you turned it
kinda-
off.
Right there. Was that the sound you just heard? Right when she shook her head?
No,
No,
I
I
heard a
can't.
bring noise.
Oh,
I ain't got no
no.
noise
I
here.
don't know what that is.
My
Derek's
son, that's
no.
it. Because my daughter's sleeping.
I thought you were hearing that little feedback sound that
Mm-mm.
kind of sounds like a fan.
Oh.
No, my fan's off.
No, I
Weird.
didn't hear
I don't
no
hear-
ringing
I
or
don't hear
anything.
it.
Oh.
Courtney is hearing things.
Must be.
Must be
I'm-
the.
I've
Blame it
also
on
got
him.
a traditional tripod and a little magnetic Joby one.
That's cute.
That's
That
I've
cool.
is
never seen
cute.
that size.
That one's magnetic, so it'll stick to stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
I
That
like
is
that.
cool.
don't
I just
know
have that
what
one.
it-
I must
Flips
be having a
around.
stroke. I just saw something like flash over here.
Oh my gosh! Please don't even say
The
that.
eyes playing
No,
with
This
don't
is
say
the
that.
Joby I have.
Crazy.
Yeah.
But this gets too heavy, like for me. After
Yeah,
a
so
while.
the little one's great, plus with a magnetic bottom on it. So,
I like mine.
like if I'm outside, I can stick it to the trailer. I can stick it to the garage door when I'm working in there.
Yeah, I had a smaller one for the phone, but I think my kid borrowed it, and I haven't seen it again. Kind
I
of.
have to go
It
look at
happens.
mine all the time.
Yeah.
I
Oh, that's
get
what
woken up. Mom, I need your tripod. Why?
Yeah.
I just
What happened
need
with
it.
my ring light? It disappeared, and I got it back, and one of the little legs goes bloop and won't stand up anymore. Meanwhile, she wanted another one. I'm like, you get to order that one. Congratulations.
What'd you fix, Best Life?
Yeah, I was thinking that too. I have so much crap. Ugh.
I ordered dinner tonight. I did not cook.
We did too. We ordered.
Good night, Mobang. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for the super chat, dear.
Later, Mobang.
What's up?
Have a good night.
I have leftover asparagus chicken for dinner tonight.
Oh, that sounds
Oh.
good.
Sounds good, yeah. I made big old steaks and asparagus last night. I forget what the cut was. My mom is like, ever since she had her stroke, it's steak almost. And she wants steak like all the time. I think she forgets that we had steak. And she will circle steak like every week. And we get a box of steak. We get the, I'm like, Mom, all this red meat is going to just kill us both. She's just like, well, that's what I want. I want the one with the bone in this time. We don't get that hardly at all. Well, okay, we just had it last week, but all right, yes, yes, mother.
Yeah, she probably forgets.
She does. She totally does. But it's just funny how much she's like steak, 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 steak. So
I also have
Ain't
have
nothing wrong with a good
belly.
steak.
I need to sous vide.
what? You have to
I have a
Lamb
lamb
belly?
belly. I need to sous vide. A rolled lamb belly.
Wow.
Sous vide.
Sous vide.
I've never done that before.
That's why him and Sherry are buddies. Them with their little. Wah, wah, wah. I sous vide. Wah, wah.
Well, you sous vide
Oui,
it, and then you
oui.
just
Sous
fry.
vide.
You slice it up, and then just fry it, just to finish it off, and put a crust on it.
Oh, okay. I thought the sous vide was that thing that you put in the pouch and
In
you.
the water.
Yeah, it's
Immerse
already
it.
in a pouch. So when I butchered it, I cut the belly, rolled it, tied it, and then put it in a Vaclock bag.
Okay, and then you
And then
do
the
it.
bag just goes in a saucepan of water.
Okay,
Interesting.
I
And then
know.
from there, you just slice it and just give it
Yeah.
a light fry.
See, but aren't you supposed to buy an expensive machine to do the sous vide part? Like that's what I've been seeing. Like Williams Sonoma has like these $300 block
1870s
things.
Homestead
I
had one of
own a
those.
saucepan.
You what?
I own a saucepan. I'm quite capable of putting water in the saucepan and putting it at a low simmer.
What's this? supposed to
What was that
Wow.
channel? The Outdoor
A
Boys.
saucepan?
You can do
Outdoor
that,
Boys
Darren.
did
A
it in a
saucepan.
cooler.
A saucepan.
A
Saucepan.
saucepan?
Yes.
We're gonna
Or
have
a
to teach you
pot.
English if you come here.
I speak
get
English. The
corrected
problem
all
is
the
you guys
time.
speak American.
True. We're gonna have to teach you American when you come here.
American.
American.
So how am
America.
I supposed to say Mazda?
Mazda.
Mazda.
Mazda?
Mazda.
That sounds.
It's
that
like
sounds
it's a
Mazda.
Nissan, not a Nissan.
It's a Nissan.
It's
It's
a
a
Mazda
Nissan.
and a Nissan.
It's a Nissan.
Pretty soon you're going to tell me a Hyundai is pronounced
If I were to say
Hyundai.
Nissan on the phone with all
Hyundai,
the ladies
yeah.
I talk to every day, I know.
Oh my
I couldn't
gosh,
say-
how
I could
funny,
not say
Billy.
Nissan and Mazda on the phone to the people I talk to every day. Oh, lordy, no.
Yeah, I wonder what Billy just gave us the coordinates for.
Oh, that could be
I'm
trouble.
not sure.
It says hidden cache. Speaks Texan. That's awesome.
That could be any number of things. Just like speaking Texan is like here in the South saying bless your heart, and it could be 20 different meanings.
Mm-hmm. Oh, bless their heart.
Mm-hmm.
Could have just told F them, you know.
Yep.
Can be really bad. Can go from really
Oh,
good to
okay.
really bad.
Mm-hmm. Depending on
That
how
is
you
the
say it.
town of Jonesville.
Did you see Becky? Her butt has gotten
I was just going
so
to say, is her
big.
butt really big?
Bless her heart.
That's a southern thing.
It is.
Bless her heart.
Bless her heart.
Bless her heart.
She sure likes that fried chicken her mama makes. Her mama's got that butt too. Bless their hearts, both of them.
Yeah.
Was that from a movie that you just
The
quoted?
song. Well, the song is "I like big butts," you know.
Oh,
And
it's-
again,
Yeah,
that's
Sir
one.
Mix-a-Lot. Come on, everybody knows
Yeah.
that one.
Oh my
Mhm.
gosh. See, Courtney has a really good
That
memory
one and
too for that
buttermilk
stuff too.
biscuits. That
Yeah.
one was one of
Yeah.
my
Full of
favorite
useless
ones from there.
information up here.
That is exactly what I
But it's
say.
entertaining
I'm full of
useless information.
I
But
knew
it's
where
not-
it was from.
Is there
And,
anything you don't know?
Yeah, there's lots I don't know.
That's so funny that Billy
Like
said
what?
that.
What don't you know?
State. Yeah, let's go for that. Let's go for that list. It's probably going to be
What
short.
don't I know? How a woman's mind works.
Opposite from a man's. Figured
Yeah.
out. Now you know.
Well, let's see. Yours are in file folders. And
No,
No,
they're
ours are in
neatly-
boxes.
Yeah, right.
yes, they are boxes. They're in boxes.
And
But
we have a nothing
also-
box.
Yes, and you do have
And
the
so
nothing
do
box.
women. Ours has a
No, you
big
don't.
glass of wine. in it.
No, we don't have nothing box.
If you had a nothing box, you'd start putting curtains up and cushions around, and just to
We
start
don't have
decorating
they-
it, and then
they
it's not
have-
nothing.
Yeah. But what I
have
was
a
going to
nothing
say,
box.
as far
It's
as
a bathroom
She
that I
looks
can
like one
hide
of
in
them
for
rap
2
guys'
minutes.
girlfriends. Can you imagine if that
Your
guy
butt
was
is
Southern
so
or that girl was
round.
Southern when she said that? Looks like one of them rap guys' girlfriends.
Yep. It's gotta be that deep southern drawl where you can't hardly understand a damn thing they're saying. And yes, men will never understand a woman's mind.
well, what I was going to say is that men have a mind where everything is in a file, and it's in the file folder. And once they shut the file folder, they put it away and they're done with it. Open up the next one, go into that one. And women, somebody just tore through our whole filing system and all the crap's all over the floor.
Yeah.
They're all open at once. And we spend the day trying to kind of put them back together and go, oh, yeah, that reminds me of, over there.
That's like, on average, women use 40,000 words a day and a guy uses 2,000.
If that.
Yeah.
And
that's for
by the end of the day, the guy's used his words up and he comes home and he just grunts.
Did you guys take the family marriage conference already? That's exactly the family marriage conference. That's exactly what they teach. The boxes and what you just said. Because Theron, we went to it and Theron was like, oh, so I can just say to you, I've used all my words for the day.
Me and Darren were talking about it one day, and he sent me a link. I put the link up on my channel.
It was to that conference.
Oh, funny. See, I remember that. I remember going to that with him.
And now I see all these little other videos that he did. That guy, he's a preacher.
Yeah, and they're authors too. They're authors. Yeah.
And I fell asleep one night listening to a channel on YouTube. And I woke up hearing about the nothing box.
Hey, Viper!
It's like, oh my god, what am I getting into here?
Yep, the nothing box and that other box is very hard for them to come out of. They like that one box a lot. They play in there a lot. I won't mention it because this is Kim's feet in her life. But it's very hard to shake them out of the other box. I'm not talking
Why
about
can a guy sit there for 7 hours fishing and just watching a line? Because we're sitting in our nothing box.
Yes, they can do that.
I could sit there and do that.
But you'd have to talk.
No.
Yes, you would.
No, I wouldn't.
I would talk.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, you would.
I do talk
Give me
when
some
I
minnows.
fish.
Give me a bucket of minnows, some food and snacks, and a fishing pole. I'm good to go.
I've heard men say most of my life, you don't talk when you fish. The fish, when you talk, the vibrations go through the pole, down through the string, into the water, and you scare the fish away. I'm like, I outfish every person that I go fishing with, and my mouth is running the entire time. So
that's actually a lie we tell to make you shut up.
And
it don't work.
And it don't
my
work.
mom always,
Good night, little bird.
My mom would always go, here, fishy, 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 here, fishy, 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 the whole time. And she would outfish everybody. She would outfish us all.
Yeah.
We don't know. We don't know.
Don't know.
That's why I went to their page and let them know that I knew. They could still be here too.
Yeah. Well, I don't go into the men have boxes all neat in a file and stuff. I say for men, you have to put those dots very close together because they don't think very much past them. And for women, our minds just constantly go and don't stop.
Yeah.
And that's why if you get into it over something, the man can be quiet and just go to bed and fall right to sleep. But we women, we just roll in it all night long. We cannot turn it off and sleep. So, and my conclusion is this. We are all born the exact same. We can think the same, everything. But the little girls sit and play with Barbie dolls and baby dolls and tea sets and such. And the little boys are out climbing the trees and smacking their head on everything. And they damage this frontal lobe right here. And if you have a son or you are a guy, you know this. You've hit that frontal lobe 1,000,000 times playing rough. And at that point, you no longer think like everybody else. You think now like a frontal lobe damaged man.
Out the window.
That is hilarious. You were too funny. That is not what I was
This is my
expecting.
theory. This is my theory, and I'm sticking to it because it's just fun to tell.
That was a good one.
But really,
That was,
I mean,
yeah.
if you've had little boys, they are constantly smacking their head on stuff, and it never fails. It's right at the frontal lobe every time.
Well, I could almost take offense there because I have acquired brain injury.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just kidding.
Do you? No.
I said almost.
But
I
it's
do.
not your fault.
I got hit in a car crash.
No way. I would never
Yeah.
believe that. Wow. I would never believe that about you.
Oh, sorry.
Never.
Yep.
Doesn't show at all.
Don't worry about it.
No, well, it doesn't show at all, Darren. You're like super smart.
I have a
quick-witted.
12% disability rating.
What?
I kid you not. I have a 12% disability rating.
We lost
That was
fishes.
so much it's made fishes disappear.
She's spinning, spinning, spinning. You spin me. Right round, baby, right
You
round.
spin me right round, baby, right round.
All right, y'all. Well, I got to get off of here, but it's been swell, and I love each and every one of you.
Oh, goodness. I didn't even notice there was private chats in there. It don't light up big enough for me.
I know. I not that I ignore it, but I can never remember either. So, but yeah. So I gotta go. It's like 2:30 in the morning. So y'all have a good night, and I'll see you next time.
Oh,
Courtney.
righty, Courtney. Thanks
Have a good
for coming
one.
up. You come on up anytime you want to, dear.
Okay.
Bye.
Have a good one, guys.
Carol said her computer just died, plugged in and all.
Oh,
Grr.
yeah. See, now I had oh, right there's the button to flip it back. My Mac just died. Plugged in and all. Yeah, something's going on. My internet has been acting up all day today, and usually it does not do that. Usually it's spot on.
Mine's been doing wonderful the last few days. Now, if these idiots that are dealing with all the stuff for my job, if they can get their head out of their butts and get all this crap straightened out, it'll run smooth. They're always changing things, and my job is on a little flash drive. I can't have anything on my computer. It goes on a flash drive. And if something, I have to be hardwired to my modem with an Ethernet cable. And if something they're doing to make things better for us answering calls, that they're always trying to change things, or they're bringing a new company over for us to answer calls for, it screws it all up so bad.
Hi, Shell H. Hey, y'all, long time no see. Lost our home 2 weeks ago, so minimal internet. Oh, what happened?
Don't you have rubbing alcohol in your room? What do you do with it?
He's still on about the silicon.
Oh. My hair is going every which way. It's a hot mess. Yeah, I had a neighbor who had a closed head. What is it? Closed head brain injury? Is that what it's called? And he was like, he was something else. It's like it. I mean, it really seriously, when it first happened, he was in really, really bad shape, and it took his wife a long time to, pretty much to get things back to the new normal. And he's like extreme, like he lost any kind of middle ground, you know. But yeah, he went through a whole lot with that.
And I lost short-term memory for 12 months. I wouldn't remember what I had for dinner the night before.
I can't remember that now. Love vitamin D.
Yeah, but your situation is because that accident.
Yeah, that's wild though.
Darren was saying, and he said it in Courtney's stream. He's had 8 surgeries on your shoulder.
No, I've had 4 on my shoulder, 1 on my wrist. Spinal injections, 3 sets.
Ouch. That's why I don't want to think about our needle injections in my hip or any other part of my body that.
Try doing it right next to your spinal cord while you're awake.
No. Tommy had that done on his back when he had cortisone shots put in last year and the year before because of problems with his lower back. And no. Nah.
Yeah, same whispers in the dark. Yeah, I couldn't remember what went on the day before, but I could remember 30 years back.
Now, see, I don't have an excuse. I didn't have, anything traumatic like that happen to me. But my short-term memory, it's like non-existent. But I can tell you stuff from when I was 2 years old. And, and I used to amaze my mom because she's like, how can you even remember that? You were so little and stuff. And I could remember all of it. And so, I joke around about it. I mean, it's not really all that funny not being able to remember stuff, but, I'd rather laugh at myself than than anything else. So, I just say, somebody will say like something simple like, what'd you have for dinner last night? And I seriously can't tell you. I don't know. But I'll tell you, give me about 2 weeks and I'll let you know. Because that's when I'll remember. Yeah, it's like no, and in school, I may not act like it, but I'm not a stupid person. Okay, I kept really good grades in school and stuff, but I could never do tests because as soon as that paper got in front of me, it's like my entire mind just completely went blank. Completely. And it's like, where did it go? I knew all this stuff. Where did it go? And, and then like the day after the test or something, boom, right there. All of it would be again. It's really weird. Really, really weird. But crazy stuff. But yeah, but now my vitamin D got really low and I started stuttering and everything else. And I would try to say one thing and something completely different would come out. Like I was sitting right here in this chair and Mark was sitting in his chair and I burped and I tried to say, excuse me, and it came out 7-Up. Not now, nor ever have I liked 7-Up, and couldn't even tell you the last time I even seen a 7-Up commercial. But it really did it. I said 7-Up, and I was like, oh my goodness, where did that come from? Yeah, that's not what I was trying to say at all. And I was stuttering, and I don't have a stutter. And so after that, I said, I'm going to have to get to the doctor because something seriously is going on. And my vitamin D level was so low that it was causing my brain to just not work. And it's still really low, and I haven't taken vitamin D in about a week. And so my brain is doing stupid stuff.
What you need to do is look up what foods are high in vitamin D and eat those too. Last year, since my mid-20s, I've always had the shakes, and I've always thought it was because of my epilepsy medicine and issues with my epilepsy. And a couple years ago, I went to the ER, and they said my potassium level was going low. And okay, so they gave me some potassium and sent me home. Well, last year I ended up getting an ambulance going to the ER last fall, and the doctor come in after doing blood work. He goes, "How are you not passed out or even worse right now?" I was like, "Why?" He goes, "Your potassium has bottomed out. That's why you're getting the shakes. That's why you're sleeping so much. That's why you're feeling the way you are. Because you need to push some bananas in you. You need to get Gatorade in you. Because they gave me 3 bags of fluid. They gave me these pills. They were like an inch long. They were huge horse pills. They were potassium. They gave me 2 of them before I left the ER. And when I got home, I got some bananas, got some jugs of Gatorade, and I must have ate, what was it, 2 bunches of bananas in 2 days just to boost my potassium. And every time I start feeling weird, or it's like my speech gets slurred some, I know it's my potassium bottoming out. And there's times it will just boom. It's like, what, a month or so ago? I think I was telling you about it, Darren. I was taking calls and I sat down on the couch and boom, I was passed out. I missed the rest of my shift. I had to give up my hours that day because I could not open my eyes. I could not get up to go to the bathroom. I had to crawl to the bathroom that day. And I take potassium vitamins every day.
Did you know that a McDonald's vanilla milkshake has more potassium in it than a banana does?
Mm-hmm. But I'm not going to send my
useless
kids
information.
And
they taste better too. It's a good way. It's a good way to justify getting a milkshake.
I could send that one down to Burger King. I probably wouldn't get it. It wouldn't make it back. And if it is, because he got himself one. Seriously.
Celery. Oh, fishes. I cannot stand to smell celery. It is one of the worst smelling things that I've ever smelled in my life.
I don't do celery because it's exercise in vegetable form. You actually burn more energy eating celery than you gain by eating celery.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to eat more celery so I can lose weight.
Give it a go.
I love celery anyway. I could eat celery all day long. Celery and carrot sticks, dip them in a creamy Italian dressing.
Stop.
I knew it.
If you're planning on losing weight eating it, you're not going to dip it in anything.
Peanut butter.
In vinegar. Vinegar. I love dipping it in vinegar. That's
chocolate.
No.
Oh. Yeah, I'll eat bananas if you pour Hershey syrup over the top of it. Add a scoop of vanilla and strawberry while you're at it. Cherry on top. No, I like bananas, but I can rarely eat a whole banana. It's just like, that's just too much.
Oh God, I love bananas. I can get a bundle of like 10 bananas, and I won't get one between him and his sister. And they will eat them up. But I think with the new dehydrator I have, I'm going to get some and dehydrate and make some banana chips.
Did you read what Fishes wrote?
No, I don't need a pooping vegetable.
I ain't saying nothing.
Oh, just
I poop
pound
quite
the
well, thank you.
Veggies and some meat for protein, preferably a ribeye steak a day. Now, I am a meat and potato kind of girl. Now, I really like me a good steak now.
It's like my jerky I made. I love eating that. Especially the teriyaki flavor one I did. God, that was so good.
I cannot make jerky. I mess it up I overdo it every time, and it's all brittly and gross and stuff. But oh man, my favorite jerky is teriyaki flavor. I love this stuff.
The Sweet Baby Ray's one. The Sweet Baby Ray's one.
No,
what's it?
a Jack Lynx.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at. You see,
Yep.
my son stole this from me, so I didn't get it.
What is that one brand? What is it? Matador or something? It's got like
I don't
a
like that
bull
one.
on it. Oh, that is
I
the
don't like it. It's nasty.
nastiest tasting jerky I've ever ate.
I bought that one time and threw it in the dumpster. I wasn't even 20 feet from the store, and I threw it in the dumpster behind the store. It's like, nope, this nasty one. Give it to my chickens.
Do you guys get biltong over there?
Bill what?
Biltong. It's South African jerky.
No.
Never heard of it.
Never heard
And
of
it's
it.
got a lot of coriander in it. It's very good.
Never heard of it.
That fly is still here. It's driving me nuts. No, I've never heard of it. But that sweet, shoot, what was it? I can't remember. See, gone. I'm telling you, if I don't take vitamin D every single day, then my mind just is like skips. It backfires. That's what I call it. It's backfiring. Because you gotta make fun of yourself. But yeah, I think it is Sweet Baby Ray's. But yeah, my favorite is the Jack Lynx, though. It seems to be the best. But other than homemade jerky of somebody who actually knows what they're doing, not me. My neighbor down the road here, she makes deer jerky that is just fantastic. I have no idea how she makes it, but it is some good stuff.
Years ago, my best friend up in Jersey, he would go hunting every year, and about 2 months before he took his life, I was over there helping him with some stuff for his work and all, and he goes, "Have you ever had deer jerky or deer sausage like you would? What is it? Oh, what are those sticks? I can't remember the name of it." But I was like, "No."
Slim Jims?
Yes. Thank you. And I was like, "No." So he pulled some out of his freezer and let it thaw out while I was there, and oh my god, the deer Slim Jims were so good. Then he pulled out, he had a package in his cabinet, and he pulled it out, and I said, "What's that?" He goes, "Jerky." I said, "What kind?" He goes, "Try it and tell me what kind you think it is." So I said, "That doesn't taste like beef. Is it deer, moose, or bear?" And because the year before he had gone hunting a few different times, and he got a bear, he got a moose, and he got a deer and an elk. And he goes, "This deer." I said, "You're not keeping this right now. It's going home with you." That is some damn good stuff right there. And he did.
Oh.
He lost 3 pounds of deer jerky that night, and it went home with me and my family ate it. But he had more. Get it?
I don't know. I think I might have.
But I would
Sorry,
love to try making
didn't mean to freak
jerky.
y'all out or anything. And that is a big fly too.
Horsefly.
It's not a horse fly, but it's but it's a big fly. It's like I don't know, some kind of, forget it. I don't know what the word is. It's jacked up on steroids. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm. It surprises me how big some of the flies get around here. It's like, how the heck can it get that big? It's crazy. Mosquitoes too. Oh my goodness.
Neighbors are partying all kinds of loud. Came here for entertainment. Oh. Not sure they have admitted to letting in meat from Africa yet to the States yet.
I doubt it.
Yeah, they make biltong here, Carol. And it's a South African thing, but we make it here in Australia.
What kind of meat is used in?
It's just beef.
Okay.
It's just processed a little thicker and with that coriander flavor to it. It's really good. I had bacon jerky when I was in the States last time. Never, ever again.
That don't even sound good.
No, it's not.
You can't
I thought,
no.
bacon jerky,
Bacon.
this has got to be good.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know how they can call turkey bacon because it's not. It's dried turkey.
Hey, I like me some turkey bacon, though. Only because the regular bacon, which I love, runs my blood pressure up. So it kind of makes me feel like I'm still getting bacon, even though it's turkey.
I can't do it. I've tried it a few times. Now I can eat some ground turkey and make some burgers out of it. Put soy sauce and Worcestershire sauce in there. Oh my god, it's so good.
Well, I love sausage. Oh, sausage and biscuits, sausage and spaghetti, sausage all around. It does not love me. And the other day, well, actually, I'm going to have to get off here soon because it's going on 3 a.m. and that's usually when when Mark gets up and I fix his breakfast and stuff. But I fixed him breakfast, him and Little, and we had eggs and sausage and hash browns and such. And I knew my blood pressure had been feeling like it was, on the edge of rising on me. So I said, well, I'm not going to make me any sausage today. And I walked by and I thought, I got a piece of light bread and no, it wasn't light bread, it was a biscuit. A piece of biscuit and I dipped it right down in that and I ate it and I'm like, oh my goodness, this is so good. I want that sausage. And then, because I remember hearing people, back in old times when they didn't have money for certain things and they stretched everything that they possibly could. Yeah. And that they would take biscuits and they would dip it down in the grease from the sausage that their mom had cooked for the day. And what I don't remember what they actually called it, but they would rub it through there. Huh?
Dripping?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they would run it through there, and that's what they would have, and she would save that, and she would make biscuits, and it's like flavoring it and stuff. And so I thought, oh, yeah, let's try that. And it was really good. It was like eating the sausage without actually eating the sausage.
Yep.
Although I'm pretty sure it was not any healthier at all.
No.
All the good stuff is bad for you.
Oh, yeah.
But, oh, yeah. I have no idea what I'm making for breakfast today. Not a clue.
I'll be making sleep. That's what I'll be making.
I might make omelets.
I can't.
Maybe.
I have to go buy eggs.
You have chickens, but you have to go buy eggs.
I have egg eaters.
How disappointing is that?
Yeah, I have egg eaters right now. They're all eating the eggs. If I get 3 eggs in a week, I'm lucky. I weigh them and cook them.
What kind of nest do you have that they lay in?
I have a coop. I have a regular chicken coop, but I've got to build like a rollaway thing so they can and put a board over it so they can not get to it. I've got the stuff for it. I just got this Friday after my doctor's appointment. I'm gonna make it.
Someone's only been telling you to do it for a couple months, but hey.
Well, I had to wait for my paycheck from work. I would have done it last month, but money got taken off. I don't know how. My card got hacked, and almost $180 got taken off my debit card.
Ooh.
And the bank said I'm not getting it back because they said, "Oh, it's legitimate." No, it's not. that card got shut down. I had to wait almost 2 weeks for a new card, and
You know
then I had
what?
to wait for my paycheck from work, and I finally got it.
What happened to me the other day? It was payday, so I go to the store to Walmart to buy the stuff that I wanted to buy. I get up to the register and it came to like $290 something. Well, before I went there, I went to the feed store and got grain. And then I went to Walmart and put my card in, and it is denying the transaction. I'm like, what in the world? I was just at Tractor Supply and it worked fine. What's going on? I knew that there was no issue with money on our part in the bank. It was payday, And so we ran that card like 4 different times, and every time it said the same thing. And I'm like, oh man, I hope someone hasn't hacked my account and stuff again, and my card has been locked down and this and that. So I have to get on the phone, and I call the house here to have Mark come with his card to pay for the stuff. And he wasn't in here. He was outside, and so couldn't get him on the phone. So then I was calling my mom over at her house and couldn't get her on the phone. And I'm like, what in the world? I can't get a hold of anybody, and this card isn't working, and here's all this stuff ready to be paid for, and I have no way to pay for it because my card isn't working. And so finally my mom answered, and then she yelled at Mark, and he's like, she has my credit card. All she has to do is use that. And I did not once, because see, we only use them for emergencies. And so not once did I think, okay, I can pay with this credit card, because we only use them for emergencies. And so then I finally got out of there, and I was all frustrated and everything because, my card wasn't working. And so I go to the bank and I put the card in the ATM, and it works just fine. Not once at Walmart did I say, it could be your machine. Let's try another one.
Mm-hmm. It's always like that.
The first thing that went through my head is something is wrong with my card. From Tractor Supply next door to Walmart, something happened to my card.
Oh yeah, it's always like that.
But
Dustin, I did tell her that, mate, and we've looked at
telling
your
me
one. It won't work for hers, so I've given her a new design.
Yeah, it won't work for the way mine is.
Oh no, Best Life. Oh.
Yeah.
Good night, Shell.
Chickens.
The declined credit card is the worst feeling. It wasn't a credit card. It was my debit card. And payday was that day. So I knew that there was absolutely no reason why it should be declining it. Like, I didn't go in the store buying more stuff than I had the money for. The money was in there. But our bank, I have had to get new cards before because their system had been hacked, and they locked my card up. And so I thought, well, maybe that had happened again. But it wasn't that at all. It was Walmart's machine. There was something wrong with it.
Well, I got lucky because where I got my card from, they gave me they shut off the old card. I had to wait for the new one to come in to activate it. So any place that has the numbers from my old card has to wait for me to pay the bill with the new card.
Mm-hmm.
And the card number will not get saved anywhere. And I've like, nope, it's not getting saved in your system. It's coming right off. I will pay it myself. And it's not doing automatic anymore. It's the third time with this company I've dealt with that. I
tell you. Well, our bank is a horrible bank anyways. There's always stupid stuff going on.
I have TD Bank, and I like them. They're pretty good. The other ones around here, I ain't fond of.
Best Life says, I can't have credit cards. I learned my lesson many times.
I know a few people like that. They got way too much trouble.
Yeah.
I said, we've got a totally different banking system to you guys.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, most of my bills I pay online from the bank. So I just go into my account on the bank and pay the bill.
Yeah, you can do that here. I just don't.
Like we've got something called BPay, which all the billers use BPay, and they've got a BPay identifier, and you just go in your bank, you put in the BPay identifier, and it pays.
Okay. That's nice.
But you guys have still got private banks and that sort of thing over there, which makes it really, really hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, the account Amanda has, the bank, her account is at, is a privately owned bank, and I'm not comfortable with them, so she's gonna go to my bank soon.
Well, I hate our bank.
Checks and go to that.
I keep meaning to change banks. I just never do.
Yes, I find it really weird that you've got banks that have only got like 2 outlets. It's like, what?
Yeah. It's like People's Bank, which is one man to have. I haven't seen any other ones around here. Just that one.
Well,
they're on the other side of town.
I've actually had more trouble out of the big chain banks than the smaller banks.
Yeah.
They can be a lot less personal.
Oh, yeah.
And I used to work for one of our big banks here. So I do know the banking system.
And it's like when I was up in Jersey, the one bank I had is Bank of America. They were the worst bank in the world to ever bank with. I had more problems with them, more times my card got hacked. And I was the only one that used the card. My bills got paid with it. I did grocery shopping with it. Got things we needed with it. And I had more issues with that bank and my card getting hacked than anything else. I went to a smaller bank, never had an issue.
Yeah, them hackers though, they know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I have to check mine come Monday because I had called the little automated thing, and it said that there was 2 withdrawals for $4.60 each, and they were both on the same day. And I'm like, that is such a weird number. I would not use I just wouldn't use anything like that, that low of amount. And so I asked Mark, I said, did you buy something for $4.60 and then turn around and do it again? And he said, no. And I said, gonna have to call the bank, see what's going on. Because what a weird number,
Well, that's why I like to still stick to cash as much as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and on top of that, then nobody knows what you're actually buying, too.
There's that.
Which I like that, but it's so convenient just to use your card. That's a test. They charge a small amount to see if it works. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, too. Yep, that is what I'm thinking, too. So we'll have to definitely get a hold of them. See what is going on. And what's going on?
All right, folks, we're about to lose daylight here, and I need to feed chickens before it gets dark.
Oh, go. Yeah, well, it's...
Here.
Yeah.
I get to bed soon.
And I need to fix
I gotta service
breakfast. Alrighty, we're having nachos and steak and lobster for breakfast. Thanks to the people in the chat tonight. And jerky after that. All right, y'all. It's been fun. Thanks for hanging out with me. I love you all. Y'all are fabulous friends, and y'all come back and see us anytime you want to. Alright?
Good night, everyone.
Good night.